side in this squad will split $1,000 courtesy of Principal Financial Group.
Okay, get it.
If you've got any spares, go ahead and throw a ball at them or press the reset either way. And we wish you all good luck and good scoring.
Hi! Oh my gosh! Brandy told me you were here. Oh my gosh, how are you? How's your mom?
Good. Good. All right. Yeah.
I try to keep up with you all the time.
It's good to see you, Robin.
Good to see you too. You both good. I know you will.
You want to see these?
I'll take these. All right.
I don't like sitting on this all the time.
Well, I can't sit here. How do you think I feel? I have spinal stenosis. I can't sit here either. So Randy said my other chair.
Are you on 5 or 6?
I'm on 5.
Oh, so you get...
I moved that way.
So on 1 and 2, you get to sit over there in the booth.
Yeah, you could.
What?
Or you could just go get your
You want to go sit in the booth?
So you go get my walker. It's got a back on it.
No, it has a back on it,
But you can't see. I know, she already spilled the gun here. You need a fan?
Says you can't see me anywhere.
I have one that connects my phone.
Do you have a nail file or a nail clipper?
Yes.
Ooh, you haven't never been into them.
I asked Jeff to go find one. I asked him here and he said he didn't have one.
Yeah, I have this.
This one's this Delta spring. Look at yesterday.
Did you talk to Scott?
No, I didn't see him.
He's right here. Oh.
Okay. I saw him earlier.
I saw him. He came and said hi to me.
I usually have it in my backpack.
I tell the boys, you want to go do bowling? No. Holly goes, Mom, they don't want to go do bowling. Okay.
What's up, Ashley?
I told him you were here.
How are you doing? You're in the zone, I can tell. Trying to,
Where
right?
are you bowling? Right now?
Tomorrow at 6. I just came in and see all our youth reunion with everyone.
What time are you bowling?
6. I bowled the last one. I haven't bowled in 8 years on this.
Then you'll probably do good.
I don't know, I'm watching a few people that kind of
All right, let's start over. If no one heard me, that means that Brandy did not hear me jinx her on the fourth shot. So if you can hear my voice, just let me know in the chat. And then after that, after this weekend, see, I'm the kind of person that if anyone tells me there's audio issues, then I'm just going to go buy a new mixer. That's what I do. So if you can hear me, just let me know. You should have heard some crowd noise. All right, I appreciate that. Sorry for the inconvenience. That just means I get to start over. And rarely when you're doing something live, you get that opportunity. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. If you joined us earlier, thank you so much. You're watching the 17th New Mexico Open, Tenpins More, Rio Rancho, New Mexico. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Thanks to Steve Mackey, his wife Dana, of course Mike Miller, who created this very difficult pattern that we'll get into and talk about. And Jeff Hemer, who is providing scores. He's providing me in-house score updates that I will provide you. Those are also available online. They will be updated online specifically after games 4 and game 8. All right, sounds like everyone is solid on that end. That's why you have a chat, so everyone can tell you. You know, the funny part about what was happening is, from an audio perspective, which you never want to happen, but I can see meters, I can see the volume, and everything looks great, giving the impression that there is volume coming through the screen. Of course, I can't always monitor the screen and call it. I did look at it, though, to make sure it was on. I did not listen to it. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for that. On 5, 6, 7, and 8, those are the lanes that we've got for you here. We also take a look at 9 and 10. We'll do that in just a second as the runner-up Steve Klumpkin begins the day on 9 and 10. Brandy Silva, Derek Rivera, Christopher Sanders, and Pat Bottom. Silva and Rivera are 5A and B, respectively. Christopher Sanders and Pat Bottom are 6C and 6D. Isaac Rose and Dan Brenning are 7A and 7B. Jaden Martinez and Scott Ashley are 8C and 8D. Well, Peggy, I appreciate it. Tracy, who I met this morning, came right on over and said she got a call to say that there was no audio. I would say that's one of the best calls I've received ever while doing a live streamed event. I've received some different calls. Not that any of them were bad. They weren't. They were just more completely out of the blue than anything. Things like, hey, look at Brandy getting some carry. The New Mexico love. The daughter of New Mexico is back home, and she's getting some early breaks here. One time someone called me after a PWBA live stream event. Someone specifically asked for me, and they just literally wanted to talk about the lane pattern. After we had, watched it for however many games it was that day, 16 maybe, I don't know. So I have had some interesting calls. You also get some folks, sometimes it's like golf where if you see something, maybe an error or that's something that maybe should be a penalty, folks call in. I've had people call the bowling center, ask for me. Well, one, I didn't see it. Two, I was not the person that you want to talk to about that. All right. I don't think it's the mixer. Although I'm going to probably buy a new one anyway. just because. It's like when you get 5 or more audio calls. Yep, let's just get a new mixer. Call it a day. Two-handed lefty. I don't think we saw any two-handed lefties this morning in Squad 1. Did see a couple of two-handed righties. Good shot there from Isaac Rose. Already the lefties seem to have a really good look. Brandy Silva, Isaac Rose. Steve Mackey will join me at some point during this squad like he did in round number 1. That's a very good shot for a fast 8. And that can leave you kind of confused in some senses. While we have a moment, though, and I'm going to make a change over to 9 and 10. You guys make sure you can hear audio on 9 and 10 as well. Actually, I'm going to wait on that change. I'll do it in 1 second. Again, Steve Klumpkin, Reed Sykes, and Jason Schwindwolf. And unfortunately, that one went into the channel prior to. Here's Christopher Sanders on the left. He's on lane 5, and Sanders through the nose. I was just going to say Sanders clean, and he still could be after this. He's already made 1 split this game. Why don't you take a look at Brandy Silva. Met Brandy's mom for the first time today. Silva, that's got to hook a little bit. Good break, though. Just a single pin leave. That's actually a really good question there, Eric, and I appreciate you joining me. It's not a PBA event, but you will see some PBA faces in this event. It has a PBA, PWBA type of feel. It is, in my opinion, this is my first event seeing it in person, first time seeing it in person. I think it is quite prestigious. It has a nice reputation of obviously paying very well. As we see Steve Klumpkin, last year's runner-up. Let me know if you hear sound or audio on this as we are watching the new pair of lanes. As Steve crosses over and just leaves the 10-pin. But he's in a good situation. Spare strike will give him 201. But Francois Lavoie, Zach Wilkins, Stu Williams, for example, are 3 highly or well-known PBA players will be competing. Both are bowling qualifying, or excuse me, all 3 bowling qualifying tomorrow. Now you see Schwindwolf. He was looking to strike there, and I would have got him put to the 2 O's. Klumpkin did make that spare. It was closer than certainly what he would have liked. $10,500 to the winner here, Eric. Double elimination bracket on Sunday. The top 32 after these 5 qualifying squads. 2 today, 3 tomorrow. Top 32 will advance to a double elimination bracket. After round 1, obviously you'll have some players fall into the contenders bracket. Those matches will be 1 game apiece. The all winners matches will be 2-game total pinfall matches. We already had 1 qualifying squad today. Final look here at Steve Klumpkin. His fill shot in the 10th. And Steve, first game on the board, 199. I think we'll take that. I said this earlier, but if you see the scoreboards kind of fluctuate, look like they're floating a little bit, it's just because they're in areas where people are sitting. Brandy Silva. He's got a chance to shoot the highest game of the tournament. in game one of this squad. I believe the pay ratio for this one is 1 in 4. I forgot how many, I'll rehash that with Steve when he gets on, how many he goes beyond double elimination. As we check out Jaden Martinez on the right of your screen. He just had a few good shots that looked really good. Got to the end of the pattern and made a left turn. Good shot there for Derek Rivera. So in our in squad one, Jacob Gill led the squad, minus 23, and he got off to an exceptional start. 224, 214, 196, 217. Nice spare for Sanders. That's not the easiest of spares to make, especially the 274 righty. Martinez will give a 410 a run and nearly make it. Trey Ford was second at minus 35. Nice early shout out. Good spare to our right, though. Early shout out to all of our sponsors for this event. For the main, you see on the bottom of your screen there in the lower third, Miller Lite, Petrie, Buick GMC, and Kia, Principal Financial Group, Shamrock Foods, just to name a few. Century Bank is a big part of this. Greg Hull, One Call Mechanical, Wilkins Orthodontist, Cubica AMF. So a lot of local. I believe the number was 40. Steve mentioned 40 sponsors, both local and national. Of all, and for many longtime supporters of this wonderful event. There's Scott Ashley. He's thrown it way better than what his score suggests, that's for sure. Here in game number one. 8 games of qualifying across 16 lanes. If you're an odd number, you move left. If you're an even number, you move right. So 1 pair to the left, 1 pair to the right. This squad a little bit larger than the first. The number, barring any folks who did not make it, should have been 42. And I believe 42 is correct. And a 2-7 there for Brandy Silva. If that name sounds familiar and you bowl the Open Championships, it's very possible that Brandy has helped you with registration, making sure your teams were taken care of, all that kind of good stuff. She's done a wonderful job for that tournament.
The only bad thing is it's just on a pair that have.
Big spare coming up here, 10th frame for Silva. He's got a good chance. Oh, that's textbook. Brandy coming out here. Like she's trying to win $10,500. She's going to be in the 230s. All right, very nice start for Miss Silva. 236. That's probably going to win a high game pot. It's also a bonus if you enter this tournament. 275 to enter. Get an opportunity at some high game pots that are kind of included into your entry fee. Specifically for squads 1 and 2 today. Some added money, $1,000 specifically. Both squads 1 and 2 added by Principal Financial Group as a sponsor of these squads. Good spare there for Isaac Rose. He too making the 2-7. Both lefties showing out here early. And Martinez add to the bank of splits made. A slow start there for Jaden Martinez. So the top 5 scores in squad 1 and squad 2 will split $1,000, that bonus money I was just talking about. So if you lead the squad, you get $350. So Jacob Gill already has his entry fee back. Let's just say he doesn't make it for some reason to the top 32, which he should. But Jacob Gill has already earned his entry fee back and more. He's made a profit already. Big thanks to Principal Financial Group. Second is $250. $150 goes to third, and fourth and fifth will split $125. Or $125 apiece, excuse me. $125 apiece for fourth and fifth in the squad. So a bit of an entertaining game 1, I would say. Most of it partly my own fault because there was no audio. If you guys do me a favor and share the broadcast, let everyone know where you're watching. And again, man, Scott Ashley, he has thrown it so well. This is kind of a byproduct of the pattern also. No one knows the lane condition. If you're unfamiliar with the New Mexico Open, part of what they do, is specifically Mike Miller. They create the pattern, or Mike creates the pattern. They do not let the players know what the pattern is they're bowling on, certainly. So, as many say, let your ball be your guide. And what I saw today, a lot of urethane. We've seen some urethane early in blocks. Toward the end of the block, saw players like Trey Ford, for example, able to get left. Scott McCleary was able to get left and start to really see his ball actually go right to left. A lot of players were certainly in between that. 15 to 10, Jim Tillery, for example. Main thing here is if you can get to the 1-3 or the 1-2, you got to be able to make spares. You need to make spares, certainly. That goes without saying, right? We always say that, certainly in this sport. Strike for show, spares for the dough. That's how you get paid. And I don't think words could be more true this week. And I'm only now 9 games in. I'll be interested to see when we get to qualifying tomorrow, just see some of the differences. We'll start to see players like Stu Williams, Francois Lavoie, for example, Zach Wilkins. Used to bowling on fairly demanding conditions. And how their high-level knowledge bases will play a role in how they attack this condition. Make some changes here to game 2. Players are making their ways to their respective new pairs. Again, left lane moves left, the right lane moves right. Pro-Am tonight, I believe at 7 p.m. local time. 2 hours out. says Trip. Jerry, hello. So Eric, Mike, of course, Peggy. Curtis, hit the thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed already to Bowlstream TV, we appreciate you if you did. Turn your notifications on so you know what when we have upcoming or when we go live. So Schwindwolf will join us here on 7 and 8. Christopher Sanders now. Pat Bottom is now on 7 and 8 as well. Good shot there to open things up. And I like Jason's look already. He's got a headband. I see you, Jason. Scott Ashley and Jaden Martinez will head over to 9 and 10. I've got a couple of new players, of course, there as well. So they take a moment or two, go get the new names, and make sure everyone gets their time to shine here on Bowlstream TV. Peggy, that is correct. BowlJBT.com, a site I'm sure you're very familiar with. Near the top of that page, you'll see the Adult New Mexico Open scores. There'll be a click here for scores link. Those scores will be updated per squad after games 4 and 8. I'm assuming, I haven't looked, that squad 1 scores are already up, or I should say have remained there. But if you're looking for anything, or we'll be looking for squad 2 scores. They won't be updated until games 4 and 8 online. Jeff has done a great job of handing me scores after each game, and I appreciate him for that. All right, got some new names. As we welcome, particularly on 6, David Martinez and Josh Burnett. Burnett is 6C. Martinez is 6D. Again, joining Isaac Rose and Dan Brenning. And on 7 and 8, Christopher Sanders, Jason Schwindwolf, or Schindwolf. I always want to put a W in his name. Schindwolf. I think it's so easy to say Schwind, like the bicycle. But Schindwolf and Pat Bottom. And then over on 9 and 10. As we watch this spare attempt from Isaac Rose, that's how you get it done. This is Tom Thornhill IV. Tom is 9B. And also new on that pair, Keith Kruger. And they join Scott Ashley and Jaden Martinez. Game 2 of 8, Squad 2 qualifying. Bullstream TV, Emil Williams Jr., the New Mexico Open 17th edition. All right, back with you here. Appreciate my guy Andy Zumwalt. Good to see him. Haven't seen him in several years. I met him in Reno. He used to work at the Open Championships. I worked there 2010, 2011, and then 2012 when it was in Baton Rouge. Got a chance to meet Andy, work with him, bowl with him. Excellent individual. All right, so I have a game 1 scores for you. We mentioned Brandy Silva. We watched her shoot 236, but that was tied for the high game. John McIntyre also shot 236. Justin Hune, 217. Josh Burnett, 4th at 210. Carl Chavez was 5th at 203. Steve Klumpkin, 6th at 199. Jason Fujimoto, 7th at 198. Christopher Trujillo, 8th at 196. Karen Barkle, 9th at 193, tied with Ed Petrie at 193 as well. I mentioned some of the seniors bowling very well this morning, and the same thing is already true here. 1, 2, 3, 4 seniors already in the top 10 after game 1. If you don't hear me talking, it is because either someone asked me a question or I needed to step away, and so I'll turn my mic down and I will turn up the crowd microphone. Just so y'all are aware of that. Let's take a look at 9 and 10 for a minute. We saw Scott Ashley early in game 1 on 7 and 8. He's gone 7 spare, 9 spare double, and now a 6-pin. And still, at the moment, just can't find the right opportunity to knock all 10 pins down. You see Josh Burnett there. Should be a good note here for Jason Schindwolf, as he has made his move left. You see his ball want to hook down lane. It was like, and then it got in that oil still and just kind of kept floating. Every now and then I forget that people actually do know or recognize me. And I appreciate the love and support. I know I was talking specifically about something. Now I don't remember what that was. I was about Jason's ball motion. So I'd be curious if he will continue to try to chase that inside. I think it's not a bad idea. Interesting enough, though, I haven't seen many players, and a nice break for Sanders, play the gutter yet. And we saw several in squad 1 do that. That has not been in play, at least on the right side of the lane. Brandy on the left side was handling business near the gutter in game 1. But, yeah, the gutters seem to be in play. Again, accuracy, speed control, very much important factors when deciding to make that move. But most of the players we've seen already are either in, trying to play the track. We may get to a point tonight where we may not see anything kind of develop, if you will. I thought we got a chance to see that earlier with so many players attempting to play the gutter, play right. You know, there was some area that did develop over time. If you watch Trey Ford at the end of Game 8, despite what was going on lane 8 specifically, but the left lane was excellent to him. But he had some room a little bit down lane. Go left to right. He's around 4th, 5th arrow. I don't know if that's going to be like that and look as enticing as it did this morning, because I don't see a lot of people playing the gutter. And Trey started out in Game 1 playing the gutter. Jacob Gill, I didn't see where he started, but when he got to us, I think it was like maybe Game 3, 4, 5 in that area. This ball was already doing the stuff, making ball reaction or having a different ball reaction than anything we had seen. Oh, wow. What came over and knocked that 6-pin down for Dan Brennan? Man. Chris Sanders starting to get busy a little bit. Nice shot, 3-bagger. We'll get a chance to see again Jason here. Back on the left lane. Not sure what he's throwing, but it's got a little shine to it, and that one's instantly left. And that's the flat part of certainly of this pattern. Some have speculated, based on what I've read in the chat earlier today, that it could be about 35, 36 feet, which I would say probably. Pat moved a little further right. Actually found some oil. That one went further down the lane before making a detour left. Jim Tillery earlier today said, you know, everyone was kind of playing everywhere. So in this situation, you know, there's nothing defined. It's not like, for example, on tour, generally speaking, players will kind of play or in a defined particular area, perhaps. Maybe that leads into something later in the block. You know, we talked about, you know, having something get set up. Some area develops, pattern blends out. In this situation, everyone's kind of doing what they feel they need to do to score, which can be very different, obviously, pair to pair, lane to lane. If you're just joining us, you're watching lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, and we'll have coverage on 9 and 10. In fact, after Chris Sanders, we'll take a look at 9 and 10. Uh-oh, Chris, hold on. He looked down. I'm not sure if he hit his ankle or not. As we take a look at Tom Thornhill, the 4th. Nice shot there, Tom. And for Thornhill, that's 111 in the 6th frame, I believe, or 7th. 111 in the 7th. Now with a strike, he can get to 201 max. And just to the left there, you saw Jason, take 3 off the right. It's just so easy to do. Saw a couple of gutter balls earlier today in our squad. Here's Scott Ashley. Man, was looking for his second double. I'm confident that Scott has thrown some excellent shots through 2 games. And he can still get to 227 at the moment. But he shot 156, and his game earlier in game 1 wasn't 156 worthy. Threw some much better shots. That's a tough one because the 3-pin was just slightly offset, or Shin Wolf would have had that one for sure. Instead, that's a tough open in the 9th. He can only get to 168. Meanwhile, Pat Bottom trying to strike and set up the 9th frame. Here's Isaac Rose on lane 6. That shot there for the two-handed lefty. Powerful. I tell you, this squad looks to be bowling a little bit quicker than our first squad. Pace is kind of quick, which is good for me. I'm all about quick pace bowling. There's no problemo. Tomorrow will be a big day. Long day. We'll have 24 total games of qualifying. So any moments I can spare here today will go towards my sleep count and to prepare for tomorrow. Oh, Brenning. Man, he has got some good breaks on lane 6. That's 4 in a row for Dan. Again, squad 1, your leader was Jacob Gill. Shot 1577 for 8 games at his -23. Second was Trey Ford, 1565 for 8 at -35. Scott McCleary, very nice game on the end, 236 to move into 3rd place at -55. Michael DeVore at 4th, 1532 at -68. And Jim Tillery was 5th, -81. And the top 5 scores from squad 1 this morning. .148 there for Chris, and those are things you have to try to limit if you can, some of the inconsistencies, but it happens to everyone. Different ball on the fill for Jason, 155. That one was a promising game. I do think he's got the right idea, trying to figure out which ball to throw. I think Brandy Silva just, Brandy's gone 222 in game 2. So 236, 222 for Brandy Silva. Brandy from Albuquerque. Went to West Texas A&M, both collegiately. Works at USBC. Mentioned her Open Championships service and knowledge. Mom was able to come up and watch this week as well. Mr. Bottom. 168 for Pat Bottom. Now to David Martinez on the left. And Martinez was working on a double. Right now it's about Dan Brenning. Some good breaks, some good pin carry. Can he turn that into some success here in the 10th frame? Crossed over, he leaves at 3-9. That's a very good point, Peggy. Indeed, shout out to all the staff, but yes, the mechanics here. Squad 1 was smooth as you can be in regards to breakdowns, etc. I don't even like to use those words, but so I'm gonna knock on wood. Unfortunately, they're the open frame in the 10th. 2-12 though for Dan. Now over to 9 and 10. As Thornhill opens, he'll shoot 148. And then we get a chance to end it with Scott Ashley. Scott clean through 9 frames. Heck scored 214. He's got 164 in the 8th. 7 spare in the 9th. To his right, Steve Klumpkin, who we just gave the okay to go ahead and go, Steve. Steve in the 10th frame. And now he can only get to 171. And here is Scott Ashley. Throws it very good. Man. This is this condition is a mental grind for sure. Because you can throw as many good shots as Scott Ashley has thrown in 2 games, and obviously the results show. They don't show what his scores should be, but that's a byproduct of what they're bowling on. No room for error, no margin. Of course, that goal in bowling is to try to create some margin for error. That can be difficult to do as well. Strike will get him to 203. Final shot for Scott Ashley, and then we're headed to game 3. Already in game 3, or at least ready to start right now, are 5, 6, 7, and 8. Ball change on the fill for Scott. That gets him to 200 even, and back to 5, 6, 7, and 8. And just like that, we are into game 3, folks. Moving right along. So for those of you who may be watching, I know some of you are driving, some are on their way, some of you may be driving elsewhere and going to do certain things. I'm curious what you got on tap for your weekend. I'd also like to know if you bowled this event in the past. If you bowled the New Mexico Open before. So 2 questions. What are you doing this weekend? What do you got on tap? Hanging out, staying home, watching bowling, of course, on Bowlstream TV. You can also watch bowling on, bowltv.com. You can watch bowling on flowbowling.com as well. There is a ton of bowling to watch this weekend. If you're a fan of the PWBA, the best women in the world are in Spokane, Washington at Lilac Lanes. And then the PBA men are in Chesapeake, Virginia this week. I believe it's the final event of the summer tour. Hey, Mike, appreciate you tuning in. No information on the lane condition. It is a secret mystery, whatever adjective you'd like to use in that scenario for all players involved. But by sitting here watching and, again, getting some good combos and some comments from those who bowled in some sweepers earlier this week. Some have said maybe it's about 35 or 36 feet. It's definitely flat. Incredibly flat. Boy, that's a tough one there. The old 1, 8, 9, 10 for the lefty. Bill Wood has joined the fray here along with Daniel Price on 5 and 6. David Martinez moves over to 7 and 8 along with Josh Burnett. Well, Keith Kruger and Tom Thornhill the fourth. Hello to Marshall and Brian. Yeah, that's it. That is a excellent description. They are hard, as they are every year at the New Mexico Open. Steve was running down some of the scores for previous step ladders, and some of them were high. But in many cases, especially in events, oh, nicely done, Daniel Price. That is not easy to do. He just converted the 1, 8, 9, 10. As my dad used to tell me, if you left it, son, you got to make it. And there it is. But again, the no miss room, as you watch Jason continue, he's going to try to play in. I'd like to see, again, someone just give it a whirl on the outside part of the lane. Uh-oh, excuse me. My apologies there. I'm going to be honest. So the state of New Mexico and most of the states across the country, I believe, beginning today have added the mask mandate again. So I can't see the microphone. Can't see my headset mic. And where I think it is, it's not. And so when I go to adjust it, I'm giving you all noise that you shouldn't hear. But I can confirm that there is play on the gutter. And this might not make sense overall, but you need to have a game plan on how you're going to play the gutter if you do decide to do that. Meaning you can't go left to right on the gutter because you're going to throw it in the gutter. You got to be right to left. Or, I mean, it's right up the half of the one. Trey Ford was solid this morning at it when he was out there for a minute. Jonathan Lawson actually was very good with it. His scores may not have reflected it, but he threw some excellent shots from out there. There were a couple other players who had an okay time. That's a really good shot there for Martinez. That would have been a very good start with the front three. This will be our final qualifying squad of today. Again, 3 tomorrow. And so while we have a moment, as this pace is pretty frantic, which is good, I saw a very good two-handed player just chilling, reading the program, catching up on what's happening in the world of the New Mexico Open. And I'd offered him the opportunity to share some thoughts on what he has seen. But first of all, welcome Zach Wilkins to the broadcast, sir. Appreciate you joining me. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Good to be here. This is really only my second time ever bowling the New Mexico Open.
And it won't be your last, that's for sure.
No, probably not. I like hard tournaments. You know, the conditions really tough. Makes shooting spares a key.
Well, I know you've been here. You watched most of Squad 1. You're still here now, so you're someone obviously with a lot of tour experience. You've had success in other areas of this bowling world. What have you watched today? And when it's your time tomorrow to hit the lanes, and I don't want you to give away your game plan if if you don't want to. But
No, that's fine.
what have you seen so far?
No, I've seen a lot of styles and a lot of different lane play. It seems like the shallower angles to start with is very key. They don't hook a lot from right of 5.
That is correct.
And then if you're playing the track, like, you got to be pretty accurate. So you want to have a little bit of belly, but you also don't want to start left of third arrow. There's not much defined area left or right. So the key is just to try to keep the ball in front of you, I think, the first couple of games. And then, you know, depending on your cross as well, I've seen players start with reactive. I've seen players start with urethane. So there's a lot of unique bowling balls going down the lane right now.
I was talking about kind of, you know, some of the differences, and Jim Tillery just mentioned what you said earlier. There, you know, everyone was kind of playing everywhere. So it's like pick the best place that you think you can hit the 1-3 and try to make a spare.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they see patterns this tough, they just go to what they're comfortable with. So that's why you see a lot of different players playing kind of everywhere.
Now, on tour, in many cases, you know, generally speaking, right, while there may not be a defined area to play, most players probably have decided on a similar area to play in hopes of allowing, you know, some area to develop later in blocks.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you know, the guys on tour, they're smart. We know how to use surface, how to create area for ourselves. Everyone kind of goes in with a good game plan, and we just execute that game plan. And then sometimes it works. Sometimes, you know, we're patient enough for it to come to us. But no, we know how to break down the lanes very well. It's a little bit tougher in this kind of format because you don't have the other help of other players. But you know, the good players out here, they'll find a way to score.
In the booth with Zach Wilkins here, Game 3, Squad 2 at the New Mexico Open qualifying. From a bowling ball perspective, one thing I've been trying to pay attention to, and you mentioned it, we saw some urethane, seen some resin. Haven't seen a lot of surface. It looks to be the case go down the lane. Even some shine. I've seen a lot of shiny balls.
I have seen a lot of shine, and it's kind of, I mean, the surface does look like it's high friction. It's a shorter pattern, so I think a lot of the amateur bowlers, I guess I'll say, they think the shinier balls go further down the lane. But sometimes that's, you know, they're more sensitive down the lane. So they think that it gets further down the lane, but then it can go, you know, hard left, or it just might never see the spot. So I know my game plan tomorrow is probably going to use a little bit of surface. That way it kind of blends the down lane motion and kind of keeps it shallower angles and, you know, hopefully in the 1-3.
So for those of our viewers here who may be unfamiliar with you in your game, of course, which, first of all, if you haven't seen Zach, I would hope that you at some point will watch him bowl on tour. But if you haven't, give the bowlers a sense of, you know, how you got into this sport, and then the road that you've taken to kind of get to where you are at this point.
No, it's funny. I don't know if many people know, but we have a sport called 5-pin bowling back in Canada. So it's 5 pins that are on strings, and it's a smaller ball, kind of like duck pin.
Okay, right.
And I did that for 14 years.
Really?
And I did that two-handed. So I wanted to be a professional bowler growing up, and 5 pin is only in Canada. So I had to make that conversion to 10 pin. And when I started 10 pin when I was 15, I noticed no one bowled two-handed. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to use the thumb. So my very first year bowling, I used the thumb. Couldn't hold on to the bowling ball because they were like completely heavier than the 5 pin ball. So the next year I was like, I'm just going to bowl the way I want to bowl. And that's kind of how I started bowling two-handed. And I've just stuck with it ever
Wow.
since.
5 pin bowling. I don't think I knew that until you just said that.
Yeah, not a lot of people know, but yeah, it's only in Canada.
How about that? Now, is there what's the highest level of 5 pin bowling that you can aspire to or achieve?
Man, it's been a while. I think it's called the Ontario 5.
Okay.
I think that's the highest achievable thing. I know my dad was quite the 10 or 5 pin bowler, but I think that's what it's called. It's been a long time, so I honestly
I'm
can't
so
remember.
intrigued by this now. I need to book a trip. Canada's been on my list for a long time, nonetheless, so I have to figure out a way to add that.
Yeah, so 5 pin, you get 3 balls per frame.
Okay.
And each pin is worth a different denomination. So the head pin is worth 5. The 2 beside them are worth 3. And then the 2 corners are worth 2. So it's a total of 15. And so you get 3 shots. You get your strike shot, your spare shot. And then if you miss that, you get to pick up and hopefully get your 15 for count. And then a perfect game in 5 pin is 450.
That number is funny only because you hear it just so much about 300s, and then if there's handicap included in there and all that. So
yeah, and then you throw in 450 in Canada, and you're like, what the heck? Like, what kind of number is this?
450. That's what I'm throwing out there. Next time I talk to somebody about 300s, I'm like, listen, 5 pin bowling in Canada.
Yeah,
you can get to 450.
Yeah,
so
you get another 150 pins.
Yeah, let's go play that. No, that's pretty dope, man. It really is. Appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, no, I don't think a lot of people expect, like, I mean, I do travel a lot in America, but I don't think a lot of people down here know what 5 pin bowling is.
When did you make the move or decide to come over and start bowling more on a more, I guess, regular basis, if you will?
It was kind of like I bowled a lot of the Junior Bowlers Tour in Rochester. Like when I really started getting competitive my second year in 10 pin, and I wanted to, I guess, challenge myself a little bit more. Which the youth tour in New York, there were a lot of good bowlers, and I wanted to start bowling on patterns, and that allowed me to gain some kind of experience against better bowlers. Then after that, I went to university for bowling, and then after that, I really was like, okay, I'm getting pretty good at this. I want to try to make this a career. And fortunately enough, I've been able to excel so far, and I'm just kind of living the dream.
I like when you hear that phrase, living the dream, and it actually is true. If that makes sense, where someone is not just saying it as a, the whole tongue-in-cheek thing, but someone is actually doing what they have aspired to do.
No, 100%. It's been a long battle to achieve it, but I mean, the end goal is obviously to win on tour, which we've yet to do, but nonetheless, you just try to be better than the previous day.
Again, we've had 5, 6, 7, and 8. It looks like we've got 3 on a pair on 5 and 6. So that pair going to move a little quicker, as well as 9 and 10. And we also just got some updated standings from Jeff Hemer. Big thanks to Jeff again. Just B squad only. For those of you scoring at home, Game 4. After Game 4, you'll see B squad standings be uploaded to the Bowl JBT website. Shout out to Brandy Silva continuing her early good bowling here. She's at plus 58 after 2, 236, 222. John McIntyre, 236, 205. He's second at plus 41. Justin Hune, 217, 202, plus 19 after 2. Ed Petrie, 193, 218, plus 11. Dale Coffey is fifth after the 168. Came back with 234. He is at plus 2. So right now we've got 5 players who are plus. Jason Fujimoto is at -1 and 6. Billy Ginch is 7th at -7. Reed Sykes is 8th at -20. Derek Rivera is 9th at -25. And he is tied at that number with Pete Sheridan. And Steve Klumpkin, last year's runner-up, he is 11th at -30.
Yeah, you can just see the score. Like from A squad, the plus minus there's probably about the same, 5 to 7 bowlers plus after the first couple of games, and then they started getting really tricky, and no one finished plus after A squad today.
Glad you said that. I've still got my. That's why I'm the guy who always keeps score sheets around, because I'd want you to refer back, but I've already thrown them away, and now I'm upset. So I just keep them hidden, sometimes for myself. So after 2 this morning, Jacob Gill was at plus 38. Trey Ford was plus 15. Ken Clayton was 3rd at plus 11, and Matt Ridgway was 4th at plus 7.
Yeah, there's not much difference, to be honest. They're pretty similar. Like, I think the more squads that are bowled and the more people that get to watch more squads, I think you'll find someone's going to find the berries and then probably get to at least 100 over.
It's a good T-shirt, by the way.
It is.
Good plug for the house.
100%.
Brad and Kyle. That's interesting. I'm curious. Now, you're a motive staffer, correct?
Yes.
Just off the top of your head, after looking at this for a couple, or I guess what is now 11 games, if you will, what bowling balls might be out of your bag tomorrow?
That are going to
they're going to go down the lane.
Yeah, 100% the first 2 games urethane.
Okay.
My ball speed's a little slower than a lot of people's. I don't have as much tilt, so I have a little bit more rotation. So urethane for sure the first couple of games. If I still see that urethane shape that I'm hoping to see the first couple of games, it might stay game 3. But I do have a couple of pieces that I'm looking to get into after urethane. I got a couple of thrills, venom shock, stuff that I've drilled that doesn't flare so much to try to keep the shallower angles and the front to back in play.
For those viewers who may be unfamiliar with terms like shallow angles, as an example, describe what you mean and how either you create those type of angles or you kind of move away from that per se if necessary.
Yeah, to create shallow angles for me, I kind of like move my eyes further down the lane. If my eyes stay a little too short, my hips get open, and then like as a two-hander, we just tend to create so much angle through the front. So I try to bring my eyes a little further down lane, so that way I can project the ball further down the lane and kind of keep them a little shallower.
Good knowledge being presented here by Zach Wilkins. Let's see, someone mentioned, by the way, hi Doris, appreciate your support as always. I know there's a lot of bowling to watch this weekend, so glad you got Bowlstream TV on your dial. Peggy mentioned that Brandy and Karen Barkle, absolutely. I remember seeing Karen Barkle perform so well at the Senior Queens the last couple of years as well. Let's see, who else am I thinking of? I saw a comment. Oh, Kyle Peace said in reference to the 5-pin, he would like to petition for a 3rd shot at a spare in 10-pin bowling, which I could not agree more with that.
Yeah, there's many times we would like that extra shot where we just happen to miss that single pin, and we're like, can we get that back?
How many more 7-10s can we make if we get 3 shots, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But I would still somehow miss one, right?
Oh, we'd all miss one.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least one, guaranteed one.
You still go 50-50 on making the 7. All right, near the end of game 3, Zach Wilkins in the booth. Zach is also part of Team Canada.
Yes, we get to travel finally. It's been a couple years. We get to go to Cali, Colombia in October. So I'll be joined by who everyone loves, Francois Lavoie.
He'll be here this week?
He will be here this week. Mitch Houpe, which everyone knows, part of the house as well.
Yep.
We got Darren Alexander. We got Patrick Michaud and Nathan LaJoie. So it's a strong group of guys.
I've seen Nathan, where did I see him? Maybe U.S. Open?
Yeah, I believe last year or 2 years ago, he won one of the European titles. I think it was a Ball Master, which was awesome to see. It was awesome.
I don't know Derek, but I mean, it's already a strong team. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Anytime you put like Francois in there and Mitch, and then just the other group of guys, like the communication we all have together, and we're all young, so we're all confident. We all communicate well with each other. It just, it spells disaster for a lot of other teams.
So you got to be ecstatic, not only obviously talk about travel, but I feel like I haven't had that opportunity, but the opportunity to bowl for your country or represent for your country and bring back medals, that's got to be. Yeah,
as much as bowling's not in the Olympics, whenever we get to travel, we kind of feel like Olympians, and then when you get that medal, it's an honor to win that medal for your country.
Dupree Dickey checking in.
Oh, my man Dupree. I just saw him last week in Chicago.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm like, yeah, Zach was bowling last week at
I think it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago, because I was in Akron last week. Yeah,
I don't remember the days.
Yeah, they just fly by.
David Martinez about to wrap things up here, as well as Tom Thornhill the 4th. Game 3 coming to an end. Game 4 will begin very shortly. I had a question for you. Oh, do you know Ryan Reed?
I do know Ryan Reed. He lives in British Columbia. He's bowled for Team Canada before. Yeah, great dude.
So I guess to age myself, and Ryan's older than me.
Really?
But we went to college together.
Oh, okay. Don't tell me. Whether it's Saginaw?
No, but that's a solid guess. That's a solid guess.
I feel like I should know this.
Starts with an L.
No, oh, Lindenwood.
That is correct.
Lindenwood, that's it. I knew it was one of those strong teams.
Let's move on over to 9 and 10, where despite one frame, and I think it might be Chris Sanders.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Yeah, strike. A little bit of a hiccup, but yeah, he's followed by the next 6 in a row. I think that's the longest string I've seen today.
Yeah, that is. We've seen a few players earlier. Brian Chamber comes to mind a lot. He started so many games so well, either four-bagger, maybe double, spare double, something in that manner. And just the middle of the game just got away from him.
Yeah, that's how difficult this pattern is. If you lose lack of focus or just you lose one shot, it kind of plays to the next shot. So 100% focus for every frame is key on patterns this tough.
Oh, get a break.
Oh. That was still a good break to only leave 8 there. Especially when you get it outside like that, you never know what combinations of pins you're going to leave here.
Just leaves the 1-2. And, yeah, that could be 1. It could have been 3.
Oh, yeah, 5. A super wash.
I mean, literally, it's like the lottery if you miss right. Like, you just don't know.
Yeah, you pray. You pray it does not keep falling to the gutter.
Are you bowling the Pro-Am this evening?
I am.
Okay.
I am, yeah. I don't mind bowling the Pro-Am. It's been a while since I've bowled one. I've been cooped up in Canada, man. We were all locked down for a while.
That's a good point. How long have you been back in the U.S.?
I got here August 7th.
Okay,
I
so
believe.
just this month.
Yeah,
Okay.
just this month. Yeah, I was stuck home from April until then.
From April 2020, or
No, I bowled the tour stuff.
oh God, okay.
Yeah, no, that would have sucked. I would have been heartbroken to miss a lot of bowling.
I'm like, wait, what? How did I miss that on the news that it just never reopened to the north of,
No,
of us?
I will say, though, our bowling centers were closed from November 2020 until about a month ago.
Wow, okay.
So there was not a lot of bowling going on back home.
So how did you, like, you know, obviously if you saw last year when COVID hit and, you know, a lot of the players and bowlers on social media, especially those on tour,
Yeah.
kind of creating makeshift ways to practice at home, et cetera. So how did you manage to, you know, try to remain as sharp as humanly possible when you can't physically go in and into a bowl mode?
I started playing golf tournaments.
All right.
Not going to lie. I do golf
That's
a lot.
good answer, actually.
And it just kept me competitive. So, like, coming to a tournament, I didn't feel like, holy crap, like,
Right.
I'm now bowling a tournament again. Like, am I going to be nervous? Am I not going to be nervous? You never know what you're going to feel after taking such a long break. So, being able to golf and play in these tournaments, I was able to still remain competitive and feel what it's like to be in high-pressure situations.
Could you make the move over to, you know, the PGA Tour, the Champions Tour in a couple years? Could you do that?
Well, the Champions Tour, I would have to age like 20 years relatively fast. However, I would love to be a professional golfer. I just don't think I'm that good. Like,
Well, not yet.
No, but oh man, those guys are good.
But we can't take time away from bowling, obviously.
It would take a lot of dedication to be a professional golfer. But I do enjoy the game of golf. It's a good scapegoat when I'm not bowling. It refreshes me. It still keeps me competitive. So it's just a sport I enjoy when I'm not on the lanes.
It's good. Sanders can finish with 224 if he makes the spare.
Yeah, that's a great game.
He had a tough ending to his last game. And I don't know, Chris, obviously, but I'm guessing, though, he is kind of in the early stages of trying to figure out and learn some things, and got a good opportunity here. I'll tell you, 221 is like 280.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely gaining 40 to 50 sticks easily with a game like that.
STD, thank you for tuning in. Yeah, Justin is doing great, as I mentioned, right now in third. And at some point, I know he should make his way to this area if he is not already on his way. Pat Bottom to finish things out. And then we'll have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 through 8 is complete.
Yeah, they're bowling quick.
Yeah, this side of the house has been 13 and 14 are just beginning the 9th frame. So we kind of get that weird little lull where players are bowling really fast. Then you get to a pair where maybe that's not the case, but there's a few strikes actually on that pair.
No, there is. So you think they would have been done a little bit quicker.
In the booth with Zach Wilkins. I'll open it up, Zach, if you don't mind, to the viewers to ask, you know, a few questions. If you're okay with answering a couple,
Yeah,
if they
sure.
have any.
Yeah, if they have any, I'll most likely try to give a good answer.
That's all you can do.
Yeah.
So open it up here, a little Q&A with Zach. What's your schedule? I don't want to hold you if
Oh,
you need
no,
to.
I just have the Pro-Am tonight.
Okay.
That's about it. So nothing crazy.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask Zach for at least one more game that he can share his time with us here on Bowlstream TV. So if you got any questions for Zach Wilkins, mentioned a lot of things that we just talked about. If you are just joining us, we do have Zach Wilkins in the booth, PBA Tour player, Team Canada, He just told us that he grew up playing 5-10 bowling, which is only
Yeah, it's only
in
5
Canada.
pins. Only 5 pins and only in Canada.
And certainly knows and has lots of knowledge in regarding the tour. So it's a good question. Getting to know Peggy Nix just through the chat today, but I know she's heavily involved in high school bowling here in New Mexico. Is
Yeah.
there high school bowling in Canada?
No, there is not. However, so you know how there's all collegiate bowling,
Sure.
correct? So my mom started her own business called Y Bowl,
Okay.
and we ended up getting the first collegiate program in Canada to compete against all the colleges in the States.
And the name of it is
The Georgian Grizzlies.
Georgia. That's right.
Yeah.
That was, I remember getting a note about that a couple years back, which I feel like it's been a couple years.
Yeah, we're
this
going
point.
into our 4th year. It's been a weird year with COVID,
Sure.
so the school wouldn't allow any international players in, and obviously the borders are closed, so it was, we couldn't travel. But yeah, that was my mom who got that in Canada. It was awesome.
Yeah, I remember getting that note about that, and Gary Brown, who runs the managing director of youth, IBC Youth at USBC, and because we were so heavily involved, and I was at the time with collegiate bowling at USBC, he told us there was a team from a school from Canada who would be participating. I was like, man, that is exceptional.
Yeah,
Like,
it's awesome. I know when I converted to 10-pin and then came down to the States and saw the high school bowling and how heavily involved, like, there's so many kids that are doing it. And then the collegiate level, it's like, man, we got to bring this to Canada, and we got to come over and bowl against these people.
so when did you turn, or get your card, I should say, become a professional? What age?
I'm 28. I got it at 23.
Okay. So at the end of your college career,
Yeah,
theoretically.
I'm one of the few that I didn't finish. I mean,
That's okay.
yeah, I just didn't want to do school anymore. I knew what I wanted to do, and I just took the leap.
Well, you know, sometimes, and this is just my opinion, sometimes when you get that I won't call it an urge, but it's like, okay, listen, I could better or put more use or better use of my time right now doing what I want to do, as opposed to trying to do something that maybe I'm not, or I'm losing interest in, trying to please other people, that kind of thing. And so you can always go back.
No, 100. I'm pretty sure I still have a year of eligibility left. However, I'd probably have to drop my tour card and then, you know, but.
There's some workarounds.
Yeah, hey, you never know.
I will say this, though. I mean, are you familiar with J.R. Smith?
I am.
Okay, so J.R. Smith, and I haven't read up recently any updates, but his goal, he just enrolled at North Carolina A&T University and hopes of playing golf.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so it's a different, obviously it's a different sport, so he's not sharing eligibility like he had or would have had in basketball. Now, he went straight to the league out of high school.
Wow.
So theoretically, he didn't use any collegiate eligibility.
Yeah.
But you couldn't go back after winning multiple NBA championships and play basketball.
No, you could not.
You got to find something else. So he's going to play golf.
That's awesome.
So that could be you.
You never know.
That could be you. Just saying.
That could be. I'm sure there's a lot of good D1 schools for golf.
If you're watching, appreciate you tuning in. Hit the thumbs up. Make sure you're subscribed to Bowl Stream TV as well. And please share what you're watching. Zach Wilkins is in the booth for another game. Let's see, Daniel Price and Bill Wood have joined us. I may have to go get a few additional names just to make sure I give everyone their opportunity to be talked about, especially when you do something cool. Like Daniel Price actually made the 1, 8, 9, 10.
I did see that. Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, see, like, that just shows you how tough the pattern is. And you know, you see spares you've never seen before.
The funny thing is, earlier, or in squad 1, someone also left the 1, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, my goodness.
So I'm not sure the last time or any time I may have seen or anyone has seen
Yeah, I wouldn't even
the
begin-
combinations of that spare twice
Yeah, I wouldn't even begin
within
to
like a
think
4-hour period.
how to shoot that. Like, do you throw it straight and pray, or?
I don't know. I saw Daniel. It looked like his ball hooked. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that he, maybe you just say, all right, let's just line up like the 1-2 was up and see what happens. Nice shot there for Bill Wood.
Yeah, that was really good ball motion right there. That it looks like the players are starting to get a little further left now. We're in game 4 now, so like I predicted, probably a zone and a half change for people. You might see a little bit more carry down now from all the spare ball. Probably a lot of spare balls going down the lane.
It could just be me, but I feel like overall this squad has produced more strikes than Squad 1. Just looking around, I've seen a few more red X's on the board.
I completely agree. I think the quality of bowlers as well, there's a little bit stronger field. And I think a lot of these players were here for Squad 1, so they've kind of learned what to do and what not to do.
All right, so Zach, I'm going to go down and get the names that we don't know. I'm going to entrust you to handle Colin bowling for a few minutes.
All right.
All right.
I got it. Under control. All right, we are live here with game number 4 at the New Mexico Open. This is Zach Wilkins, entrusted to call the action here. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to bullstreamtv.com. That's where you're going to find the action. Share it, like it. Let's get as many viewers as possible here. We should be getting a Game 3 update very shortly. If you're just tuning in, this is Game 4 of B Squad at the New Mexico Open. We got Tom Thornhill, we got Daniel Price on lanes 7 and 8, David Martinez, we got Christopher on this lane on 5 and 6, we got Bill Wood on lane 7 and 8, we got a question in the chat by Kyle P. What's your prediction for your high and low game? I'm hoping my high game is hopefully 300. However, I'm going to grind it out, and hopefully it's around 250, which would be a really good number. And my low game, I'd like to keep anywhere from 200 and above. As for the tournament, I think we could possibly see somewhere in the 270s, maybe 280s. Not sure if we'll see a 300. Low game of the tournament so far, I believe I've seen a 116. So scores are definitely all over the place. This pattern, I believe, is around 35 to 37 feet, but very flat and very demanding. Brian Bledsoe, best place to get poutine. It's tough to say. I mean, obviously Quebec was, they invented poutine, so you can never go wrong with getting a poutine in Quebec. And if you're not overly familiar with what poutine is, it is French fries, cheese curds and gravy. That is a signature dish in Canada. If you're just joining us now, this is Zach Wilkins holding the fort down here at the New Mexico Open. This is game 4 of B squad. And we're noticing the players to get a little further left. We're now 4 games in. Pattern is shaping to be a little bit more playable, a little bit more forgiving to the right, a little bit more hold caused from people playing to the right with urethane, more traffic going down the lane. So hopefully we'll see some bigger scores here this game. That was a great shot on lane 6 for the double. All right, Emil will be joining us very shortly. He has just gone to get some names here. So we have all names here from lanes 5 through 10 of our coverage. If you're just joining us, this is game 4 of the New Mexico Open. Welcome back.
I appreciate it. I'm going to quiz the viewers. How did he do? Zach handled his business?
Yeah, I answered some questions.
Oh, good. All right, let's see. 5A, Keith Kruger, Tom Thornhill IV. You know, they've been traveling together. You travel with your crossing mate that you are on a lane with, excuse me. And we mentioned Mike Jones, mentioned Christopher Trujillo. He is 6C along with Ed Petrie.
Yeah, he's working on a triple right now.
And Ed, we talked about the Open Championships, and that's where I met Ed back in the day when I used to work at that tournament. So good to see Ed. I certainly didn't expect to see him here, but I forgot that he lived in this area. Let's see, 7A is Marcus Sanders. And we got Dan Price as 8A, and of course Bill Wood. We talked about those two individuals. Then on 9 and 10, we'll check into Nathan Torres is 9A. And James Delmore. Sometimes I write in such a reporter fashion fast that I don't even know what I wrote.
Like a doctor.
Yes. So James Delmore is 9B. And then, of course, Josh Burnett and David Martinez. There is Marcus leaving the 1-3. Madden Robbins Carp Adventures is just so awesome to see live bowling again. Good luck to everyone bowling tonight. From your boy, Big Worm in North Carolina.
Oh.
If I'm not mistaken. Man, Steve mentioned there was someone bowling this week from North Carolina. I think maybe they bowled this morning. At least one person from that state.
I believe we have the states on right beside the bowler.
You are right. I've got my trusty squad list right here, and it's also on the on our updated stat sheet as well. Again, thanks to Jeff.
Yeah, there's a lot of home crowd presence here.
You know, I always thought that was. I think it's pretty cool anytime. My man. Just as soon as I say his name, he shows up with the standings.
Yeah, we got game 3 standings, and Brandy Silva is still leading 236, 222, 190 game 3 for plus 48.
Got a couple of good scores, man. Justin Hume still doing his thing. He shot 220 in game 3. He's at plus 39. I haven't seen John McIntyre, so I look forward to seeing both Justin and John when they make their way.
Yeah, hopefully they come down towards this end shortly.
17, or sorry, John is plus 17. Dale Coffey at plus 15. Billy Ginch is at plus 10. He is 5th. Jason Fujimoto has moved into plus category at plus 5. And here comes Steve Klumpkin.
Yeah, you give that man 8 games, he's going to find a way.
It still weirds me to see Steve with the senior next to his name. He just doesn't.
Yeah, that was the first thing I said. I was like, Steve's a senior? And then Harvey told me, he's like, yeah, he just turned 50.
Yeah,
I was like,
he did.
Wow. Wow, he does not look 50. And he throws it amazing for 50.
You know, Steve, of course, within the last 3 to 4 years, made show at the Masters. Always bowls well in anything, runner-up here. At some point, I'm sure he's probably going to dabble in some PBA 50s.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. And there's no doubt he's going to win one, too.
All right, so Steve was 7th at -4. Isaac Rose is 8th at -16. Derek Rivera, who is bowling on the pair with Brandy Silva. They are traveling together, crossing together. He is 9th at -22, and Reed Sykes is 10th at -41.
Yeah, you're starting to see some separation from the top 10 and below. You know, we'll see how the next 3 games goes, and you know there could be more separation, or they could just become all bunched up with how tough this pattern is.
There are a few more bowlers in Squad 2 in comparison to Squad 1. 42 here, 28 this morning. Can that small of a difference in the squad size make a total difference in, you know, kind of the field average?
It very well could. The quality of bowlers could make the scores go higher. You still have the 3 to 4 players on a pair, so the pattern isn't going to change as much as it did the first squad.
Right.
But it's more so on the quality of bowlers and how they attack the lanes, and then you going to watch what they were doing, so you can figure it out quickly when you get to that next pair.
Carp Adventures, I said it live about 45 minutes from Kyle Troop. Well, that's good, because you may want to, if you're looking for a loan, that's the guy to talk to.
Mr. Money in the Bank.
Kyle's been obviously doing his thing in 2021.
He has had a wonderful year, great year.
Big shout out to your boy Jason Eubanks. Yeah, we could do that. Is he bowling though? That's the question. If Jason is bowling, I was looking for his name. Doesn't mean he's bowling today. He could be bowling tomorrow.
Yeah, there's 3 squads tomorrow.
Maybe he bowled. No, he bowled early. No, that's right. That's Andre Eubanks. So I just saw. Did you happen to answer the question from Peggy about a tournament equivalent to the Open Championships or something along those lines for 5-pin bowling?
I don't think I answered that. I don't think we have anything close to tournaments in 5-pin like there are 10-pin tournaments. Like the Open Championships they run for 3 to 4 months. The 5-pin bowling tournaments, I think the longest one is maybe for a weekend. And it's not even close to the prize fund we compete against. However, you still have your strong 5-pin bowlers that will obviously go to those tournaments.
Sure.
But yeah, it's quite a difference from that sport to 10-pin bowling.
Keith Kruger. Keith will cross it over. He'll strike. Trujillo putting together a nice game here. minus that open 6 frame.
Yeah, adds a double in there. He's back to 2-0, which is anything 190 or higher, I think, is an exceptional game right now. It doesn't hurt you,
Yep.
and it, you know, it keeps you competitive for the next game.
Well, we're keying on where Chris is on the play. 15-10-ish.
That comes up a little light there. It might have been a touch firm.
And there it is. That's. I mean, it's quickly as you can throw it well. If you miss early, it's
Yeah,
just, man.
There is a lot of volume to the right. A lot of volume.
How important is it, and if you can describe it in the best way that you can for yourself, mentally, right? This event is a mental challenge as well because the pattern is so difficult. You may leave. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, no.
That's okay. That's okay, Dan. I was down there talking when I was getting the names. He still made the 1, 8, 9, 10. So
He did. That's quite the achievement.
He's
alone.
okay in my book. But honestly, taking that as an example, sometimes frames like that happen.
They do.
And they can wear on you mentally, especially in a grind tournament like this where you're not going to strike that much. But when you do, you got to be able to capitalize. But the rest of the time you're spending grinding, trying to make spares, etc. How difficult is something like that? I'm sure you've experienced it in some capacity. And then
For sure.
how do you overcome it if you can?
Yeah, it's easy to get very confused on a pattern like this. And when confusion sets in, the first thought that runs into a bowler's mind is panic. And when you panic, you don't go through your routine, and you just start doing stuff just subconsciously that you don't even know you're doing. And that can lead to a lot of other bigger mistakes. So the key for me is patience. Have a routine, so that way when things get that bad or a little, okay, what's going on here? The routine keeps you grounded, keeps you patient, and just keeps you focused on the now instead of what just happened or what could possibly happen. It just keeps you present.
Those are good notes to keep in mind for everyone watching. There's our guy Ed Petrie taking care of business there. Yeah, this is one of the toughest patterns I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I must say I remember bowling it back in 2018 when Barnes won, and I was only 61 over for the 8 games, and I felt like I shot 200 over because they were so hard.
Kruger.
Get out 5.
Nice. Let's see, Mike, your question about Chris. Let's see. After 3, Chris is in 19th at minus 86. Yeah, he shot 128 in game 2 in between 2 190 games. So clearly whatever pair he was on was obviously
wasn't good.
super difficult. Sometimes those outliers, so it's like 190, 128, 190. It's like that doesn't really make sense. So that pair must have been a little bit tricky. And then obviously you see what he's doing here, minus that open there in the 9th, so he can still get into the 190s with a double.
Oh, 100%, yeah. No, he's grinding away. He's still going to have, we're just about to wrap up halfway through this block. So you never know what the next 4 games could be.
Count is important on all splits. Every pin counts when you're trying to be one of 32 players across essentially 5 qualifying squads.
100%. I got a good story about pin count.
Uh-oh.
I was a youth bowler. I was trying to make my first junior national team for Team Canada. and I honestly didn't know where I was, but I was close to making the team going into the last game, and had a pretty good game going. Had threw my fill shot, and I got 3. And I missed the youth team by 5 pins. So count is definitely important. I mean, even if you want to change balls, just make sure it counts.
Right.
Because you want to get as many pins as possible, because everyone can attest to it. We've all missed cuts by 1.
Yep.
You know, and we can find that pin anywhere.
I can recall in my days, no problem, Mike. By the way, Mike, I got to ask you because everyone does it, I'm sure. What is your phone number? 281-330-8004, Mike Jones. Is that your phone number? Zach's looking at me like, is this guy really asking him his phone number live on the air? I'll just give you the quick Cliff Note version.
All right.
Have you heard of Mike Jones, the rapper?
I have not.
Well, first of all, I would highly recommend that you
Look 'em
leave
up.
this building, whether it's Spotify, Apple Music, whatever streaming service you got.
Okay.
Go listen to Mike Jones. I'm not saying he's great. I'm not saying that. So I don't want you to come back to me and say, why would you tell me to go listen to this trash dude? Okay? But I do want you to listen to the album, Who is Mike Jones?
Who is Mike
And then
Jones?
tomorrow we can discuss
All right.
the joke that okay. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about once you get it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, yeah, it's a phone number.
Yeah, so basically Mike Jones, the rapper Mike
Yeah.
Jones, not my guy in the chat, Mike Jones.
Ah, okay. I follow now. I follow.
Yeah, the rapper threw his phone number out there as part of his kind of brand gimmick type
Yeah.
thing, and he would supposedly he took calls
Wow.
from anyone who called him.
Okay.
He was
That's,
promoting his album, the whole 9.
that's
and
probably a lot of phone calls, a lot of text messages.
a lot of data.
Oh, man.
He was over.
Yeah.
His over situation was not good.
Yeah, that's almost probably has to get another phone number.
Well, I'm sure he did. I would hope so.
Yeah.
At this point, though, I'll be honest, that album was heavy in my rotation my second year of college.
All right.
Yes, it was hot back in the mid 2000s.
Okay. After the Pro-Am, I will go give that a listen.
Okay, all right. I'm taking your word for that. I had a really good point to make, and then Mike Jones just got me all off on.
Got you fired up.
I think that we were talking about pin count.
Yes. Yes.
And how important it is. And I can remember being a youth player too, although it was a different scenario and I was fortunate enough to advance, but I thought I too had also missed.
Yeah.
We had a state team in Illinois where I'm from. And I just walked outside and I just like, oh Lord, I missed making the team, this, that, and the other. And then I remember my dad comes out and I'm in the car and he's like, bro, you made the team. Like,
Oh, wow.
what are you doing? Like, he was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I really didn't think, but when you're in the moment,
Oh, for sure.
and as you said, you may not know exactly where you are, but you kind of have a hunch that you might
Yeah,
be.
every bowler kind of knows what position they are,
Right.
how, based off how well they're throwing it.
And it finishes 148, 187, by the way, for Mr. Trujillo. And minus that one bad game in the second, he would be within striking distance, and he still is, as we just talked about, with 4 games to go. In a situation where you would think at this point the lanes may be slightly, and I use slightly very lightly, forgiving. which
No
which
kidding.
they are not, but
No, we're only a squad and a half through, and I'm projecting the overall cut at 32 to be somewhere close to even, maybe even minus.
okay.
It won't be minus a lot, but it could be anywhere from minus 10 to even.
Well, Steve Mackey said last night when we were watching the final sweeper squad leave the lanes, and he said he thinks he could be the lowest cut score, or lowest cut number in the history of the tournament.
Really?
based on what he's seen throughout the week. And pattern has been out all week. 4 sweepers, and basically it's not even just a weekend tournament. It's kind of a full week of New Mexico action where if you elect to come in early, you can bowl some sweepers that they host here. You can bowl on the pattern. And so I think just watching his updates on Facebook, I've only seen a handful, and that's being generous, get to plus at any sweeper.
Yeah, and he's seen a lot of New Mexico Opens, so
Yes.
for him to say that tells you how hard it really is out here.
Give me the final frames of lanes 9 and 10 with Jason Burnett, David Martinez, and then on the right there is, right now that's Nathan Torres and then James Delmore. We'll hold Zach hostage for another few frames, and then I'll let him go hang out. But if you have any more questions, final questions, I should say, for Zach. What squad you bowling tomorrow?
I'm bright and early.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got to be here for 7, well, earlier than 7 a.m. because if you're not here 30 minutes prior to your squad, goodbye.
Yeah, they don't mess around with that.
No, they are strict, which, hey, that's fine. Be here and be ready.
I can respect that. That's right. I can respect that. Yeah, squad bowling starts at 7:30 tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. So that's 8:30 Central, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. If you
a lot of time zones.
After that, I can't tell you what time zone it might be in. You get a small glimpse to the right. You'll see Jason Fujimoto on lane 11. And Jason was 6th after 3 games.
No, he's grinding out this game. He has a couple of strikes, and but the key there is he's stayed clean, so he's made all of his spares.
Good shot there on the right. Let's see. I missed his name on the back of the jersey. But that looked like just like a pitch black. Justin. Oh, that's Justin. I'm going to make sure I get his name right when I ask him. I'm thinking it's either Hoon or Hine. I'm not sure. But
yeah, he's currently in 2nd place right now. So looking to bail this one out to get to 180, which would still keep him plus, which is plus in the right direction.
So it looks like Justin we'll see both Justin and Jason on 9 and 10. And we'll have them on 7 and 8 and 5 and 6 for the next couple of games. So we'll get to see a couple of these top performers at the end of a block, which is very good.
No, for sure. You'll see how they've migrated and what kind of moves they're going to make to keep scoring.
Nice spare there for Nathan. I'm trying to, I'm secretly taking mental notes. I haven't bowled in 2+ years.
Oh, wow.
And so I'm going to bowl league.
Okay. Okay, league's good.
And yeah, that's exactly where I need to be. I am in no way, shape, or form wouldn't even dare to think about bowling something like the New Mexico Open.
Oh, what do you think you would average out here?
Right now on
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
And I got to be honest with myself.
Especially since you've got to watch 2 squads now, so you kind of understand where to play and where not to play.
Yeah, I could easily, in my current shape right now, I would be happy with 1450 in my current shape.
Okay.
Simply because when I don't practice, historically for me, my spare game is the first thing to go. And on this,
you got to have your spares.
You gotta have
your spares.
your spare game has to be. So I'm being generous with 1450. hoping that I can, carry a couple of Brooklyns.
Yeah, no, those are on a pattern like this. If you're on a double and you parlay a Brooklyn in there, that's icing on the cake.
In prime form on this, because my spare game would be at its peak, I would feel confident saying I can get to 70, 75 over.
Oh, so you'd be in the cut soft.
I would absolutely be like, there'd be, maybe through a bad game here or two, you might be in some danger.
Okay, I respect that.
But peak me, and I'm saying peak me, and I'm not saying I was a tour champion by any stretch, but everyone's got the competitiveness about them, right?
100%.
So I'm saying if I was me, like early college me.
The Ryan Reed days.
Ryan Reed days. I could, because I would make every spare. I would have made every spare, and that would have kept me in it. Certainly, you find a double or triple a game or two, all of a sudden you've turned 210 into 230.
Yeah, those are crucial.
Yeah,
those are crucial.
All right, 9 and 10 is complete, and so we'll go back over to 5 and 6, where we do have some bowling. And Zach, I'm gonna let you go, my man. I know you got some things to do. Hang out.
Yeah, it's all good.
If you want to come back at some point, obviously, it's all open to you, and I'll keep that invitation for you tomorrow.
Yeah.
As well.
Hopefully tomorrow after I lead the squad.
Yeah, you can come back and tell us exactly what you did, and then begin the game plan for the double elimination bracket on Sunday.
I look forward to that. Thanks for having me, guys.
I appreciate you, my man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that is Zach Wilkins, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate his insight. We will. I'm gonna take a small break. Do what we do on breaks, and I'll be right back. You're watching the New Mexico Open here on Bowlstream TV.
Well, there's a strike for Marcus Sanders, one of our house league bowlers here. Terrific supporter, great bowling family. Everyone in the family bowls. Back in the earlier days of bowling, one of the catchphrases of the sport was the family that bowls together stays together. Certainly true with Marcus and his wife Dana and Christopher, Jacqueline. They all have bowl league or high school bowling. Nathan Torres on the screen now. He's out of Ruidoso, the beautiful mountain town southeast of here. Getting his feet wet in his first scratch tournament. Chris Trujillo, another house league bowler here, flagged that one. Oh, goodness. Strange looking spare there. Ed Petrie on lane 8. He's out of Alamogordo. Had a good start and then hit a bad patch for a 120 game. They come out of nowhere. Well, Brandy Silva's got 48 over. She had a 180 odd in the last game. Justin Hune, his first time here. John McIntyre's been here before. Dale Coffey was a high school bowler here. He moved up to Colorado. He's got an interesting pro shop name, the Coffee Shop.
I think I was listening to the 2019 archives from this event, and I think you guys talked about that. And I immediately looked it up.
Yeah. And he also runs an annual tournament. It's called the Coffee Cup. I like that one. Both of those venues up in southern Colorado. Jason Fujimoto, he was 6th before this set, 5 over. And he's a big young guy. He actually signed up for the 2020 tournament out of Honolulu. And then when we had to cancel it, he decided he'd try and get a job here. He ended up at the commissary at Kirtland Air Force Base at the Albuquerque airport and moved here. And he bowls league here now on Monday night. And
how about that?
He won the sweeper on Monday with 3 over for 4 games. And he's doing okay here.
That's an interesting story.
I feel like, remember that, oh, you probably don't even remember it. It was a long time ago. It was called the Naked City.
No, definitely.
Had nothing to do with striptease clubs or anything. And at the end of it, the announcer would say, "The Naked City has 7 million stories, and this has been one of them." There's a million stories in bowling. Bowling is a very interesting sport.
It is.
The people that play it, the history of the game, the future of the game. You know, bowling has done really well since the bowling centers got opened up. Of course, in Georgia, they hardly ever closed. They were only closed for about 6 weeks, and then they opened on April the 30th. New Mexico was the last state to open in the late fall, and then it got closed again. They're closed down in Australia now, I can tell you that. We've probably got a few viewers in Australia, and they're having a tough time down there trying to run their tournaments. The Australian National Championships would be like the USBC Open here.
Right.
It was scheduled in Hobart, Tasmania, so an island off the south coast of Australia. And in the dead of winter, it snows down there. It's really cold. The next place south of there is Antarctica. So they all traipse down there, and the week of the tournament, the state of New South Wales that has Sydney and Canberra in it, the state of Victoria with Melbourne, and southeast Queensland, probably about 40% of Australia's population got locked down. So none of them could go to it. It was a real shame for the tournament, but they ran it anyway, and it's still ongoing. It's a 3-week event, and they're doing the best they can with that. But England's had a hard time. They've been closed a lot. We've got a heck of a Pro-Am coming up tonight. If you're in the area, it is a full field. We've got 108 bowlers plus 12 pros. We've got some great pros tonight, so come along and watch if you're in the Albuquerque metro area, we'd love to see you here. Just bring a mask with you. And we've got Francois Lavoie, Stu Williams, Zach Wilkins, who just spoke with you for a while. Rich Miller, who won the sweeper last night. Chad Lucci.
Okay, Chad's bowling.
We've got some nicknames for Chad.
Well, he's the best
told you?
tea provider. That's my nickname for him. I appreciate him
Oh, yeah?
getting me tea when he got you a coffee, I believe, earlier today.
Okay, well.
What do you got for me?
Okay, Chad Lucci's nicknames. Uncle Fester. Have a look at him.
I can see that. Yeah, I can.
You can see that. I coined that one. And then the other day we called him Uncle Sam. And I quit calling him that because when I told him that new name, he said, good, I'll tax you. And then get this one. The man from.
Oh.
Uncle.
Yeah. Okay. I like the Uncle Sam, just from the tax part.
And then one last one, Uncle Scrooge.
Okay, yeah.
He's tied with $1.
Nothing wrong with that. Keep the pennies in your pocket. How long has Chad, or how many years, I should say, has he bowled your tournament?
7. This is his 7th year. He used to come from Colorado. Now he's out of Nevada. He's lived in Arizona. I told him that every time he sees his picture in the post office, he moves states.
Question in the chat from Andrew. Andrew, are you referring to the scoring pace or the pace of play, if you will? I'm guessing you're talking scoring pace. And it's, I know there's more players, but so far it seems to be about the same. I think there's a few more strikes, as Zach and I were talking about this squad. I think there's a few more strikes out there overall from this field. But it started with, 4 or 5 players who were plus. That's kind of been the same for the first couple of games. Even this morning, there were 4 or 5 players plus, and it dwindled its way down to just 2. It became a race between Jacob Gill and Trey Ford near the end of that block for the lead. But early on, there were about 4 or 5 players who were plus. So we'll see how that. Although Justin, is it Hune?
Hune, yeah.
Justin Hune looks pretty tough. And in fact, here he is on 9 and 10. I've only watched a few shots of him, and I fully expect him to be part of the top 32 and make some noise.
Yeah, so do I. He's got a good, solid game. Never had any practice except the 10 minutes before this squad he got here today. Didn't bowl any of the sweepers. Yeah, I would expect him to be up there, as well as Jason Fujimoto coming up.
Yep.
That's a good crossing for those two. They can push each other. When Jason first moved here, my wife and I helped him out a bit. He was here around Christmas, and we went to a local Applebee's and got a takeaway food. We couldn't eat anywhere at the time. Everything was closed. But they did have the takeaway open. We brought into our house, and he had Christmas night with us, and we went around and had a look at a few lights. It's quite a pretty town here at Christmas, and kind of chilly, and he's from Hawaii, He had to go out and buy a coat that would keep him from shivering to pieces. Here's his game. Let's have a look at him.
I'll push a little.
Nice. He's got a pretty good spirit about him, and he really likes to bowl. I think if we put him on a lane there, he'd leave the building when the burglar alarm went off. Be hard to get him out of the place once he's down there. He can bowl a lot of games.
Well, it's nice to see players with that level of spirit for the sport. Kind of reminds me back in the day, and I was just talking about how I hadn't bowled in a couple of years, but that was just me in college. Just would not leave the bowling center. Supremely determined to fix any weaknesses. If I've struggled at a tournament, I went right to the bowling alley as soon as I got back to school. I really admire that.
Little trouble for Hune there, left the 3-6, 10-7. He's got a little pause in his approach, but it looks like it helps him get the ball down the lane pretty well. Here, like you've said all day, and the other folks that have spoken, this is no place for the faint-hearted. A little bit off here or there, and you're looking at a disaster. And a disaster here is that you've got to get a turkey after you flag a single pin, and that's not easy.
Let's see if he gives this a run. Trying to get count. Just got 2. First open of that game for Justin. Torres looking for 3 in a row. We saw this earlier, but no. Rarely do you see the 1 and the 2 fall in that scenario.
Yeah, very.
Well, Steve, how often, if any at all, do you get a chance to go back to Australia?
Well, the last time Dana and I went back there was 2016. There was a bowling centre just southwest of Sydney, Campbelltown City Bowl, and we organised a reunion for all the bowlers that sport started there in 1960. So it was open to anyone that bowled in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and we had 198 people show up at this 30-lane house. We had a dinner, a banquet for about 220. Some of them were unable to bowl, but they came out of mothballs to come and say hello to everyone. It was a really lovely 3 days event, and we're planning another one in Australia. It'll be up at Caboolture Bowl, just north of Brisbane in the state of Queensland, and that will be in January of 2023. And we're hoping by then that the country's open for international visitors. You know, if you go down there now, you've got to quarantine for 14 days, and they've had that rule in for over a year now. So it's one of the reasons that Jason Belmonte has stayed down there. He got home, his wife was pregnant with their 4th child, and he had to stay in a hotel on his own, a couple of 100 miles away from where he lives until his quarantine period was over. The reason Sam Cooley hasn't gone back is that he doesn't want to have to quarantine down there for 14 days. He lives in a city south of Sydney, and they're in lockdown as well, city of Wollongong. Well, Jason has a double, trying to make a turkey out of it next time he comes up on lane 9. He carried the 9-pin late last time he was on this lane. Tell you what, if I pulled a hair out for every single pin I've seen miss today, I'd be bald.
Yeah, we'd be going to the barbershop immediately.
Jason all over the place there. Well, here's a score update. We've still got 4 over the card, and when I say over the card, I mean barely over the card. Billy Ganch, the leader now. He's had 3 200s back-to-back, not an easy task on this shot. 8.25, Jason Fujimoto, 8.10 with that wild hair delivery a moment ago. Brandy Silva's had a $1.60, so she's 8 over, and Dale Coffey's square.
And Justin Hune, who was second, I should say.
Yeah, shot a $1.50.
Yep, at 150 in game 4. Dropped him to 5th on the squad. Again, that additional money I talked about opened the broadcast from a Principal Financial Group. Big thanks to Jim Wimple, proud sponsor of the New Mexico Open. $1,000 to be shared amongst the top 5 scores once the squad is complete. So if you lead the squad, you get $350. If you finish second in the squad, you get $250. 150 and then 125 and 125. Is that correct?
Yes. And we're very grateful. In fact, Jim is the one that encouraged me to go ahead and get the program printed in full color this year. I remember years ago we used to print the thing here and staple it together in black and white on paper. In fact, I remember doing events like this in Sydney in the 70s and 80s, and we had a machine called a Gestetner, and that would have to be hand wrung. Oh yeah, it was unbelievable. Well, Jason back with a strike, but he's 84 in the 5th, strike in the 6th. Hune, next time he's up, will be trying to shoot a small 200. He's got 66 in the 4th, a double.
Excuse me, Andrew, to your other question regarding Juan Garza, I did not see Juan's name on or in this squad.
Juan Garza bowled earlier.
Aha. Well,
is he asking a question?
He asked, was he bowling this squad? Andrew asked, was Juan bowling this particular squad? And then, Mr. Lantern, how are you? Doing fine and dandy right here in this bowling world of Rio Rancho, New Mexico. So you got to tell me more about this balloon festival that I read so much about. Like, it looks really cool.
Yes, you know, before the pandemic, in fact, probably about 6 years ago, they had over 800 balloons up in the sky, and
hot air balloons, that is, folks. If you're
hot air balloons, not birthday balloons, and these things are enormous. In fact, in 2019, they had a total of 881,000 visitors. Population of Albuquerque is less than 600,000. Population of the whole area is probably about 720,000. And so they had 881,000 visitors in just over a week. And it's held not far from where I live. In fact, we can see the balloons take off from the park over the road from our house in the Northeast Heights. And it's got good access to I-25, one of the main drags through the town here. And it's a fabulous sight, and had to disappear last year with the pandemic. Nothing was open. So they're really looking forward to having that back. And the state fair's coming up here in Albuquerque as well. That's always a popular event. That was cancelled as well last year. Well, Hune, a turkey. 96 in the 5th and a double now. So he's thrown a very aggressive shot, that last one, to make a turkey out of it. You've had a lot of comments today. How many?
Yeah, it's been good.
A couple of hundred.
It's been good. I think we're peaking. I think this is the highest number I've seen, just over 120, just under that. I anticipate that number to rise a lot tomorrow, especially with some of the players that are bowling. And it's also Saturday. Good shot for Fujimoto. A couple of questions about standings. One, Larry, you can find them online. They should be up now, as Jeff has been updating the stats, or excuse me, the standings online, but only after games 4 and game 8. So that's what you'll see online. I do have the scores, of course. He's been gracious to give us some game-by-game scores here so we can help you out with that. And we can kill 2 with 1 stone there, because Marsha Clinton, hi Marsha, hope all is well, asked for an update on Steve, and he is currently in 9th after 4 at minus 33.
And just had a 171 in that 4th game. I'll run through the top 15 or so for you real quick. Billy Gench, 25 over. Fujimoto, 10. Brandy Silva, 808. Dale Coffey, square. Justin Hune, 11 under. John McIntyre, 15. Joe Merrick, 15. He lives down the hill here in the very quaint suburb of Corrales. Isaac Rose, 25 under. Steve Klompkin, 9th at 33. Derek Rivera, minus 36. Guillermo Espinosa from Rio Rancho, minus 64. Reed Sykes, minus 65. Scott Ashley from Farmington, New Mexico. That's up in the Four Corners area with the other states surrounding him. He's minus 85. had a rough start, but he's been a little more consistent since then. Jaden Martinez, he's just 20 years old, his first adult tournament, 98 under, and Chris Trujillo, 99 under. That's the top 15 in this squad. This squad's got 42 people in it. And now there's an interesting guy that just bowled on lane 9. Bill Wood, he owns Whitewood Lanes in Lubbock, Texas. And his son Stefan is a heck of a bowler as well. They're real happy to be reopened by the governor over there in Texas, and they're doing great business. And I think I was saying before, open play has just been really good around the country. The BPAA has reported many centres doing very well. The ones that were able to survive the closure for so long. You know, we survived here with 2 PPP loans, both of which got fully forgiven. And we got a couple of grants from the city of Rio Rancho. We got one from the county, and we got one from the Osage tribe. Mike and Dana are both quarter Osage Indians, and that tribe out of Oklahoma helped us out. In fact, they were the first grant that we got. I'm grateful for all of them. Tough spare when you're looking for a small 200.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little rough for Justin. And I feel like for a lot of players in squad 1, nice bounce back there, Ed, by the way. Tossed one in the channel on his first shot and did back him for the spare. But the back half seemed to either go very well for some or not so well. It was like some people had great starts and didn't finish well, and vice versa, which obviously can happen in bowling. Good spare there for Justin, but the squad 1 leader, Jacob Gill, struggled a little bit in the back half after his strong start in the first 4 games.
You know, here it's on this sort of shot, and you know, people that watch bowling on television or watch it online, this is really difficult, this one. But this truly is, it should be in every tournament, but this one truly is one ball at a time, one frame at a time, one count at a time. You can't be thinking too far ahead and going, oh, well, I dug myself a hole, I'm going to shoot 230 the next game. It's not going to happen here. He got all of that, and then some.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
We'll see Torres here in a second. Excuse me. I was talking to Zach about that, just the mental grind, and just from watching and understanding when you bowl on difficult patterns, sometimes you run into some patterns that's going to test you. It's going to test every part of your game, but not just your physical game. It's going to test you mentally. Can you stay mentally tough? Good to see Ed. I haven't seen him in several years. He worked several Open Championships, and that's where I first met him. And you just spoke of Bill Wood. I talked to Stefan, just briefly introduced myself and told him he had one of the best looks I saw out of the sweeper last night. And I asked him, was he bowling the tournament? And he said yes, and I said, thank God. Because I think he could make a run. Ed on your left. We'll keep it here with Justin. This is Justin's 10th frame. He's got a max at 212. 162 in the 8th, spare in the 9th. Ooh.
Oh, and a can opener.
He'll
Good
take
one.
that. All right, with good count on the 2 shots.
Heaved a sigh of relief when that 5 went into the 7, too.
Yeah, we talked about some of the weird leaves we've seen so far. That might count, but Danny's already made the 1, 8, 9, 10 today. So now he'll be going for the 1, 2, 4, 5, 7. Is that right?
Yep. Remember, some guy wrote a book on Dick Ritker's making spares. That one wasn't in it. 1,024 spare leaves. I'm sure that's been left a few times, but not normally by a left-hander. Dan moved up here from Arizona a few years ago and is a motor mechanic at a big dealership down the hill here.
Is it one of the sponsored dealerships or no?
No.
Okay. But while we're talking about sponsors, we should thank Petrie. Buick, GMC, and Kia, one of the main sponsors here, along with Principal Financial Group, Miller Lite, the ones you can certainly see at the bottom of your screen, as well as Shamrock Foods, and at Century Bank, Jorgensen Orthodontics, Greg Hull, One Call Mechanical, Rio Rancho Convention and Visitors Bureau as well. You said you had, what, 40 local and national
40
sponsors?
yeah.
What's the secret without giving it away?
Asking the question.
Ask and you shall receive. Or be
Yeah.
told no. Chris struggled in that game. He got to 151. Meanwhile, Fujimoto.
Ooh, that was good air. He gave that good air.
The loft game is in play. It is game 5.
That was a good effort for him. That gets him into the small twos and keeps him over the card.
I mean, you look at his score line, 198, 201, 206, 205. If he doesn't strike here, it's going to be another 2-0.
Yeah, now that's a mental grind. 3 doubles so far and 2 opens. One was a missed spare, the other one was a split.
Back to Ed briefly. Oh, Ed. I've seen a couple of 5 pins. Not the way we tend to like them to go, and that is down on the second shot.
No. Good effort though. 4 deuces back to back. Taking baby steps to a plus score.
This reminds me of college all over again. And what I mean by that is there were, as Bill puts his hands in the air for a nice little round of applause there. We bowled some fairly difficult stuff back in my college era. And it was about the time where sport patterns became a regular.
Yeah, they've had a few brutal matches in the men's and women's national championship finals.
And this reminds me of that, where there were the pattern certainly wasn't as difficult, because this is tricky in like multiple layers across the lane. You know, collegiate patterns weren't this difficult, but they were certainly difficult enough. But you know, this type of grind, you'd see that for a few games, the 2-0s, the 2 teens. You try to crack a double and you know, see what you can get.
Had a rare sighting down on 15 and 16 in the second game. every bowler had over 200. That was pretty interesting too.
My guy Andy. How long have you known Andy? I'm sure probably his whole life.
He's a heck of a bowler too. He won one of the first scratch match play tournaments I ever ran. And he also won our in-house champion of champions tournament. And I'll never forget it. He averaged 238. Heck of a left-hander, lots of 800s, big stringer of strikes. He had a 289 in this tournament. One of the 2 years he bowled in it, and heck of a nice guy too. Just got married.
He did.
Where do you know him from? The Nationals?
Yep.
Yeah.
First met him in 2010 in Reno, and you know, obviously saw him subsequent years. The first or the previous or the preceding, I should say, after that. And I remember going back in 2015, not to work. I was just visiting the event. And he was still there at the time, and got a chance. I think that might have been the last time I saw him. That was like 2015. But one of the top people that I've met. And there's a lot of good people in this bowling thing.
There really is. Salt of the earth.
We're into Game 6. And now Justin has made our official featured pairs, but you know, obviously we've been taking a look at him on 9 and 10. Chris Trujillo moves over to 9 and 10, and I know Mike Jones is watching, still keep an eye out on his progress. The man of many nicknames on lane 5.
Oh, goodness.
And nearly left a 4-9-10. Not that a 4-9 isn't already bad enough. Speaking of Chad Lucci.
Well, let's see how Fujimoto keeps going here. He's had 4 small 200s, back to back to back to back. Let's see what he does on Game 6.
Uh-oh.
Look at that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that one you just kind of saw as soon as he got in the air. Took one bounce, and that one's not going in the right direction that it needs to go in. Of course, the master of loft for me personally is my good buddy Brian Valenta, who back when the early stages of two-handed bowling could loft it and had pinpoint accuracy down lane. He could even control how many times it bounced.
That was a tough opening for Jason there. Gutter 7. Needs to erase that from his memory.
Shot that from Justin.
All right, mate. I'm going to start getting ready for the Pro-Am. Don't forget, folks, if you're in the area, come and watch tonight. It'll be a lot of fun, a lot of noise. We've got a field of 120 in the Pro-Am tonight. Some terrific pros, some of them making their first appearance on the lanes here at Tenpins and More. And it starts at 7 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Thanks, Steve. Steve Mackey. Talk about man and myth and legend. He's all of those things. He's excellent at what he does. We appreciate all of what he has provided and donated to the sport of bowling, and certainly New Mexico. And obviously what he has provided in his native Australia as well. And so Fujimoto, hey, listen, that's a strike on the board, my man. There's Linda Walbaum. Met Linda. She bowled, has bowled several events out on the PWBA tour in the last 4 or 5 seasons or so. Had a chance to get to know her out there. Justin Jason. A couple names that I need to get. I believe that's Joe Merrick. And Joe right now is tied for 6th at minus 15. And Santiago Chavez on this pair as well. I need to also find my phone charger. You guys like me where you just lose every phone charger you've ever received or purchased in your lifetime? That's me. I'm that guy. All right, I retrieved it. I left it in the car. Earlier this morning, the squad only went from 1 to 14 with, 28 players. this squad, we're going 1 to 22. All 24 should be in play, I imagine, for tomorrow. It's not a bad area to be in. Just watch Linda's shot there. And of course, now Justin is starting to make a little noise here again. It's just only a matter of time before players will get into fourth arrow, but yeah, I think it's just about when they do it. Talking to Zach earlier, Zach Wilkins, who joined me. You don't want to get in there too early. Get a chance to see Karen Barkle in just a second. In fact, we'll have her for the final 2 games. Early leader, Brandy Silva. And I think through 2 squads, Karen and Brandy, the only 2 women that have participated through 2 squads. I'll have to take a look at the rest of the roster, the full roster, to see what how many women might be bowling tomorrow. But Brandy had made her way down to the high end. I'm hoping her scores have trended back. Nice shot there for Chad. We talked about some shiny bowling balls going down the lane. And it's, again, game 6. So seeing a little shine, seeing something get down the lane, Chad, I don't think has any trouble with his ball speed. So a good combination for him right now. See if he can make that work. Back to wall bomb on lane 5. Shot there, Jim. And just like that, you see that ball re early. Off the hand of Chad. I mean, it's just, it's tight, man. This might be, well, it's not even a might. It's without a doubt one of the more interesting patterns I've ever seen. It's certainly challenging. You can throw all that in there. Oh, my. I think that's what such a soft hand at the bottom will get you right there. If Justin's going to be in the top 32, I've said it already. It's my opinion on that. But I don't see anything, and we got 2 games left, but he is trending certainly in the right direction. We'll find out what his game 6 score was, or game 5, excuse me. I'm sure momentarily. A little loft as Jason continues to move left. Hook a little for Linda. Boy, maybe the best look of the day. Straight four had a great look. Jacob Gill, great look this morning for most of the time, I would say as well. Right now, Justin Hune. Gotten back to business here at game 6. Just past 5:12 Mountain Time. And depending where you are, you may have just gotten home. I hope your work day was everything you wanted and more. Maybe you didn't even work. You said it's Friday. You took the day off, or maybe you work somewhere, or maybe you just work for yourself and you can take Friday off whenever you want. But I appreciate you hanging out. My name is Emil Williams Jr. with you here on Gulfstream TV. 17th New Mexico Open. Our second and final qualifying squad of today. We have 3 more tomorrow. So plenty of bowling left. And many of the players, especially the pros who will be competing in the Pro-Am tonight, including Zach Wilkins, Stu Williams, Francois Lavoie, will be bowling in respective squads tomorrow. Excuse me, if you're curious, let's see. I wonder if Vernon Peterson bowling the Pro-Am. He's a former champion. Stu Williams is bowling squad 3 tomorrow, so he is bright and early in the morning. Vernon Peterson is tomorrow afternoon at 12:30. That is squad 4. Dallas Leong is bowling tomorrow evening. Andrew Kane is bowling in the morning, as well as Chris Clerk. Wow, Ed Smaglik is bowling. I haven't seen Ed Smaglik since, boy, early to mid-2000s. Talk about a player. That in itself, just right there, Smaglik, Clerk, and Kane. I can get a lot done. Jim Pratt is in this squad. He hasn't come across the featured pairs yet, and I think he's close. Still looking for Francois, though. Francois is bowling in squad 4. See a couple of good players again on this list. It's in Arizona, Matt Zweig, to Arizona State, Kyle King. time on Team USA, former collegiate champion. Cortez Shank is bowling as well. This is going to be serious tomorrow, folks. Every squad, there will be a nice group to pay attention to, and then always some players who end up making some noise that you may not have heard of, or somehow flew under the radar. Those of you who still may be watching and hanging out, please let me know if you wouldn't mind where you're watching from. Earlier today, we had a few folks from North Carolina. We had some players from, some viewers from Las Vegas. Appreciate you hitting that thumbs up as well. And we got scores from my man, Jeff Hamer. Billy Yinch is still in the lead by just 4 pins at plus 26. Plus 26 is the current number. Again, plus 26 right now leading the way. That's a powerful 10 pin I was just left there from Chad. Unbelievable there. Dale Coffey is second at plus 22. Jason Fujimoto is third at plus 12. We talked about his games. His low game is 198. His high game is 206. Brandy Silva, after going 236, 222, she went 190, 160, and now has added 202 in game 5. She is plus 10 in 4th place. John McIntyre is 5th at plus 9. And Justin Hune added 202 in game 5 to get back to minus 9. And right now trying to get back on the plus side of things. Isaac Rose is 7th at minus 28. And Steve Klimkin right now 8th at minus 77. Reed Sykes is 9th at minus 87. And Joe Merritt, Sr., we're watching now. Tough game, or great game 4, tough game 5. He went 233, then 127. Now down to minus 88.
I feel like you must be like trying to narrate like a 14-1 baseball game in the middle of July. You got to figure out something to say for the next 8 innings. Bowling is like, there are periods where you. All right, let's go. One time. Take your time. Oh, yes. We do not. You don't have a chicken there. We've been here the whole time.
Big 10 frame here for Justin. In that 5th arrow, it was left I think he knew it all the way. He leaves a big 4. Seen some very tough 10th frames, and now with almost 2 complete squads. Joe Merrick with back-to-back struggles here. He adjusting. He'll take the count. That's all you can do in that situation. And obviously left a lot out there. 200 even. That's a tough one. I've been there. We've all been there. List of defending champions. We'll run through the program a little bit as well. Talked about all of the sponsors. Petrie, Buick GMC and Kia, Century Bank, Principal Financial Group, Miller Lite, Shamrock Foods, Wilkins Orthodontics. I mean, that's just a few. Petrie, Principal, Miller Lite, Shamrock, 4 of the main sponsors. Century Bank, as well as the Rio Rancho Visitors or Convention and Visitors Bureau as well. That's got to push. And Fujimoto was working on a 3-bagger there. I had Steve mention or ask him about that hot air balloon fiesta because, well, when you fly in, certainly you know there's promotional items about that particular event also. But in doing any level of research about Albuquerque, that's one of the first things that always pops up. It looked super cool and something that will be kind of outside the norm and that you would want to take in. Someone having a couple of really good shots just now on 11 and 12 is Justin Perez. Let's see what, I'm not sure, let's see, Justin. He is 20th and coming off a 238 game. Kind of similar to what we were talking about, where his first 4 games were not to be desired, and he shoots 238. He's got a chance to get into 2 teens here and figuring out something late. No doubt the fresh can be tricky. If you follow Stu Williams on social media, posted a video on Facebook kind of specifically about the New Mexico Open, in that he said, you know, Mike always throws something challenging. Mike Miller, that is, when he creates the pattern. So Stu was working on generally something in the medium range as far as length is concerned. So was working on straighter angles. And I think that's going to be in play for Stu. I'm very much looking forward to seeing him compete tomorrow. Almost the incredible hard way there for Chad. He shoots 172. DeClore went to get a bowling ball to try. And that officially does it for game number 6. Here on essentially 5 through 10, everyone is going to start at about the same time. So the very brief stoppage to make lane changes and switches. And then game 7 will commence here shortly. Well, that's a nice opening shot there for Linda. Well, you saw what Justin just did there. And not the easiest of spares to take care of business for either. The best players in the state. Karen Barkle joining us here. David Williamson, Zachary McPhee, along with Chad Lucci and Linda Walbaum on 7 and 8. Oh, we had a few folks drop in where they checking in from, so let's go through those and see what we got for Game 7 here. John's been watching throughout the day. John is from Cali, Jimmy from New Braunfels, Texas, Linda from just down the way in Albuquerque. Mike's still here watching from Eastern Oregon. Used to live in ABQ, bowled there, coached high school bowling there as well. Heard a lot of good things today, just from both Steve, Peggy, about the high school bowling here in New Mexico, which is just excellent news. Old Johnson from Tennessee, by the way. Every lane, or the lanes are re-oiled in between squads. So lanes are re-oiled after the completion of squad 1 for squad 2, and that's exactly what will happen tomorrow. There are no burn squads for qualifying specifically. Eddie's watching from Southwest New Mexico. He's going to be here soon. Robert said good luck. He wished he was there to compete. Me too. Our man Storm beat 28. Vinny rooting for Zach. Everybody rooting for Zach here. Zach getting a lot of love. For those of you who know Zach, let me know a little bit about him. Where is he from? I know he is from the state. I'm curious to see where Justin Perez finished. Mentioned he had shot 238. It looked like he was on his way to trying to get to 210. Maybe make a small comeback, if you will. Try to give himself a good opportunity to make a run. Thanks, Linda and Tammy. Linda watching her nephew. Tammy letting us know he is from ABQ in Albuquerque. Going out of Silva Lanes. If I'm not mistaken, I think Andy told me he was going to sub at a place that sounded just like that. He's going to be subbing tonight. Well, Justin off to a slow start here. That's a better shot. I think I got it. How about that? I don't think we've seen that today. Chad throwing his plastic ball down there. That's one of the better shots we've seen by any competitor That was David Williamson. You saw the plastic go down the lane from the outside as we watch McPhee. Yikes. That's what you don't want to see, obviously, that knife right through the heart there. Still surprised we haven't seen that many, and if it happened, you know, it certainly could have. It just weren't in my overall vantage or viewing area, but did not see many people elect to give the outside portion of the lane the old college try, if you will. Chad is now throwing his plastic ball. He wasn't right at 5, certainly, but he's now trying to utilize some of that friction to his advantage with a plastic ball. Let's see where Chad is. Maybe this just might work good enough to get him in. He's in 17th of this squad at -128. This is after 5 games I'm speaking of, so I'm not even sure. Actually, it just hit me. I didn't pay attention to, no, I think he was in the 170s. Now that I think about it, speaking of Chad. And again, for those who watched a little bit of Squad 1, you know what I'm talking about regarding the outside portion of the lane, which theoretically is the OB on this. If you're going left to right, if you're trying to circle it ever so slightly. But like the Jonathan Lawsons, Trey Ford, and a couple other people were able to go a little bit right to left or straight up the lane. That one was about 8. Oh, wow. That should have been a strike. That 100% should have been. Like that's one of those. It's like, okay, what else can I endure here in this tournament? I mean, seriously, like what else can I do? It was a good shot to be like 8-ish at the arrows with his storm mix. Good ball change for Justin. Something that's maybe a little bit easier for him to not only to get down the lane, but also have a bit more motion in the pattern for where he's playing. Maybe you don't have to work as hard to get a ball to do what you want it to do in his scenario. It doesn't feel like Friday. Nice shot there. Good shot there for Linda. I mentioned there were 2 women in this squad. There are 3. Karen Barkle, Linda Walbaum, and Brandy Silva. Brandy looks to be close to finishing game 7. She is going to be around a number. Is cash number, is the cut number? We'll certainly find out. certainly with plastic here, that margin of error decreases a little bit. But whether with plastic or resin, that move right there, where if you just miss ever so slightly, right, I mean, literally a board, that can be the result. Maybe Chad leaves something there that he can make. This is makeable, certainly. I mean, excuse me, meaning single pin, potentially maybe a 2-pin, and not the number 2, but a 2-pin as in the multi-pin type conversation. He's gonna give this one a run and make it. Good shot there, Chad. Dave, I appreciate that comment. Wish I could play the outside. I think you can.
That's on the deck. He's got to get from the back.
It's just all about the reps. That's all.
Mechanic has to get it.
That's all, my man. You just need the reps.
Tires are not me.
Who in this universe possibly could?
Peggy mentioned earlier, just giving a shout out to the staff here, the mechanics in particular, about no downtime due to breakdowns, blackouts, sweeps, 180s, etc. I think that's maybe the second call I've seen. High flush for Linda, getting the pin off the deck. There was some a few deadwood situations, but those are obviously common and normal. Final item of the evening, again, the Pro-Am, which begins at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, so about an hour and 15 or so minutes. And if I recall what Steve said, 128 bowlers? I haven't seen a Pro-Am event in 2 full years. The last one I saw was on PWBA Tour, which is where I spent a lot of my time working on that particular tour. Went back to working events in May in Cleveland, and I hadn't been like in an event with no fans, so that was definitely different. And then the next event, or 2 events after that, I should say, in New York specifically, they had just given the orders to be able to have fans at sporting events, so it was pretty cool to have fans back all in at the same time. Good spare there for Kieran. I remember talking to Steve earlier in the year, and of course New Mexico and Mullen Center was really just reopening, and just the excitement in his voice, and kind of talking about looking ahead to this particular event. At the time, it was still obviously unknown, and so once the state gave the okay, then obviously Steve went to work and started to figure out some things as well, as is Justin trying to figure some things out. He was working on a double. I think he did make the right ball change. Peggy, I will not be streaming the Pro-Am. Tonight will be the kind of that one final night for me to rack up as many sleeping hours as possible. Good wall bomb with 3 in a row. As tomorrow, it's full boat. Got to start to finish with qualifying, and then, of course, Sunday morning at 8 a.m., double elimination. Based on people I've talked to, you know, it's going to be relatively late, but I would just say 4-ish finals could start. I think many of you who have watched this event in the past kind of know what to expect. Fujimoto, he too has found the right ball. Well, the migration left for those particular players. Seen it firsthand. Oh, a trip of the 2. And I'm not sure if Justin will be throwing 2 different balls, but he went back to his original piece of equipment on that shot in lane 5. I think there are some pairs who are into game 8. I'm going to guess that I think the pairs on the high end and the low end currently, specifically 1 and 2, they are into game 8. I think right now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I think 11 and 12 are still in game 7. Oh, nicely done for Fujimoto. That is huge. Obviously setting himself up for decent success here. So Chad making the big jump here. That was about 6 arrow. Oh. I think he was owed a good break. Speaking of Justin. Made it the hard way. It's a rare 10th frame open. I'm going to say for Karen, and missed 2 single pins in that game to get to 174. So maybe much or unlike Squad 1, while the pace, and I'm talking about the actual pace of play, was pretty fierce through the first 4 games. I feel that many players now at this point are taking more time trying to figure out what they can and cannot do, what they should or shouldn't do on the lanes. It has slowed drastically as we kind of approach game number 8 with a few more strikes early in the squad. I think those strikes have been certainly fewer and far in between in the back half of this block. Linda Walbaum sitting in 24th after 5 games. Fujimoto nearly an 8-pin. That would have just been horrific. Instead, he is now into the 2 teens. One more, he'll be in the 220s. And I don't have a game 6 update, but Fujimoto trying to remain in the top 5. And obviously put up a score that's worthy of the top 32. I can't wait to figure out, once it's all said and done, as far as qualifying is concerned tomorrow, how many from each squad advance to the top 32. At the beginning of the squad, I would have said that maybe 3, 4, maybe even 5. At the end of the squad, I'm not sure. Well, you only hope that doesn't come back to bite them there. Big 4, no count. Chad's still just trying to figure out something that he can kind of hang his hat on a little bit, and I've been there too. Where you just kind of try everything you know how to try. Let's just try it, see what happens. At least you can walk away from the event with some level of knowledge. So if you encounter something like this again, you'll have something that you can say, all right, hey, this happened. As rare as it may have been. I saw this once. Here's what I did to combat it. Sorry for all of the spammers tonight. I hadn't done an event on Gulfstream TV in a while.
Plus 10 on this with a high game of 206. That's a pretty good stat.
So Jeff just provided the game 6 update. I'll finish my thought. Hey, I haven't done an event on YouTube in a minute, so the old folks that come into event chats to spam you. I always sometimes forget that happens. All right, 10th frame here on 7 and 8. Let's go through our scores. Can Zach get a break? He cannot. As Walbaum looks to get into the 220s. So Fujimoto is your leader. He is at plus 10. Again, his high game is 206, or it was. Now his high game is 209. But leading up to this game, his high game was 206. His low game was 198 twice. That is an impressive scorecard. Dale Coffey, still second, plus 4. John McIntyre is third at plus 3. Billy Ginch goes from first to fourth after 172 in game 6. He's minus 2. Justin Hune at minus 9. Again, that was before this game. So now minus 31 after the 178 game. Brandy Silva at minus 20. Not sure what she shot in game 7. Really nice game from Linda Walbaum. That's actually the high game within a 8-pair radius. Speaking of her 215. We give Chad a lot of credit. Trying to continue to learn and grind. David Williamson's game hasn't been too bad. I know his score says different. Now he gets a hit or two in this game. He's in the 2-0 and 2 teams. .173 for Mr. Williamson, 146 for Chad Lucy. And now officially into game 8. Nine and 10 almost complete. Let's see what we got over there. That looked like a good shot from the hand of Zach, but we see the end result. We find a way to up kick on the ball speed just a touch. I think someone had mentioned to me that Sox were up 1-0 early. Let's see, it's now tied 1-1. I assume they were talking about the White Sox. Justin Perez went 238. All that with 156. He's going to be in the 190s here. He's going to have a clean 190 something. In 10th place was minus 114. After 6 games, 9th, Steve Klumpkin at minus 105. Steve with just 1 200 game today. I tell you, I would put Steve in you know, my group of players where if you want to have a barometer, so to speak, on what's difficult, you know, having Steve shoot 1 200 game, I would say that would be that's a very good barometer on how difficult the lane condition is. Right now, everyone is into game 8. Back over to 5 and 6. And Billy Ginch, who was leading the way for a couple of games. The southpaw, you get a chance to see what he's been doing. And if he's been throwing messengers like that all day, well, it's a good sign. It's a good reason. Provide some understanding in how he has been able to find his way to the top of the standings. Again, but in 4th place after 6 at -2. He's going 189, 204, 217, 215, 201, and 172. Again, that does not include his game 7 total. Here's Dale Coffey, who he has been crossing with, so we get a chance to see both Billy and Dale. The righty now into Sterling 5th arrow, and he starts with an early double. You can see those two players finish very strong here in game number 8. Excuse me. Noted Annie. It looks like 11 and 12 hasn't started yet, so depending on how many frames 9 and 10 can sneak in before 11 and 12 starts, they might be, that pair might be the final pair to finish their qualifying here in Squad 2. Now that 7 and 8 are underway. Justin Perez, Karen Barkle. Speaking of 7 and 8, when the wall bomb is moved over to 9 and 10. Chad Lucci. I think we get a chance to see Jim Pratt over on 9 and 10 for the first time today as well. Building's starting to get a little noisy here. It's getting cracking here at Tenpins More. Again, those waiting to hit the lanes for the Pro-Am. To finish that point, Annie, if that is indeed the case, I think no matter what's going to happen, maybe not. 7 and 8 might still be bowling, but I'll try to get you a little bit of 11 and 12 with our 9 and 10 camera. I just realized there's just 3 on the pair on 7 and 8, so theoretically they should finish ahead. 4th frame already over on a 5 and 6. And again, Billy, 8 spare double to begin. Trying to chase down Fujimoto, but again, this is without game 7 in the updated standings. Jeff, I appreciate you hanging out. As always, thank you for your support. Dale Coffey. This one ends officially on Sunday evening, as far as the tournament is concerned. So 2 qualifying squads today. And then tomorrow, three qualifying squads, as we mentioned. Start at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time, 12:30 p.m. and 6 p.m. So if you're in the Central Time Zone, you're looking at 8:30, 1:30, and 7. Eastern Time, you're looking at 9:30, 2:30, and 8 p.m. And of course, if you're on Pacific Time, you already know to go 1 hour behind those times I just mentioned. Once tomorrow's Squad 5 qualifier is complete, we'll know the top 32 scores, players who will advance to double elimination bracket, which will take place again Sunday, and that begins at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. And then we will whittle our way down until we get to 4 remaining players. They'll have a stepladder final. And then we will have a champion at the 17th New Mexico Open. The winner will receive $10,500. I believe Steve pays 48 places. 1-in-4 cash ratio. So it took us a majority of the day, but we finally got a chance to see, again, Justin Hune, Jason Fujimoto, we see Billy Ginch, we see Dale Coffey, and we see John McIntyre. All individuals who have been near or at the top of the standings throughout this entire squad. McIntyre just missed the single pin, unfortunately. About to step up here, 5th frame. On the right side of your screen. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Very, very thankful to have you all. Nice shot. Jeff going back to Smyrna. Hey, bowl well, my guy. Appreciate you. I will be here tomorrow. And all day Sunday until we crown a champion. You can watch it all live right here on Bowl Stream TV. Couple places to access. Obviously, if you're watching now, you know you're on YouTube. You can also access the event at bowlstreamtv.com. Currently working on some updates to a new site. I'd like to add a few different things. This is a good survey, but I'm just curious now, so I'll just throw it out there. But there's a few things I'd like to add. Thinking about other ways to add content to the channel, to the website eventually. As much as I don't like writing, I enjoy a lot the parts that go into writing. So I'll probably have a blog. I do periodically freelance with Bowler's Journal. Shout out to John Mark for asking me every now and then to contribute. So I think I'll have a blog on the site. It's going to be a podcast of some kind at some point as well. But I'm curious, as viewers and those who love or watch bowling, what do you guys like to see or read? Maybe there's something that has piqued your interest. You say, man, that'd be cool if I could read about or watch this, learn about this. There's always something that you could do. Although, you know, there's a lot of good people in the bowling industry who are creating a lot of great content, whether it's instructional. If you like vlogs, there are certainly no shortage of vlogs out there. Darren Tang just did an excellent one about his first title on the PBA Tour. Of course, Brad and Kyle. Somebody's curious. You don't have to answer me. You can feel free to drop something in the chat if you want to. You can send me a personal message. I have no quarrels with that as well. I'm on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. McIntyre doing his best to try to end strong. I thought all of the pairs, or most of them, were into game 8 probably at this point like 5 frames ago, but that was not the case. So we actually have some pairs. Let's see. Looks like 13, 14, and 15, maybe just 13 and 14. We just started game 8. And now I'm wondering, am I on the right game? Jacob, after 6 games, 12-10. Again, after 6. I do not have the Game 7 update. After 6 games, 12-10 was leading this squad. Plus 10, I was Jason Fujimoto. Dale Coffey was second at +4. John McIntyre third at +3. Billy Ginch fourth at -2. Justin Hewen fifth at -9. Brandy Silva was sixth at -20. Again, those are scores after 6 games. We see, again, Billy, John, and Dale all here on 5, 6, 7, and 8. So theoretically, the leader could end things right here. In fact, I'll do you one better, Jacob. I'm going to go get those scores, get their Game 7 scores off the score sheet. Because now I'm intrigued, since they're going to be first to finish Game 8 here in our area. All right. Okay, so we've got, I got Game 7 scores for Jason, Dale, John, Billy, and Justin. And I'm going to add those up right now. So I'm right. Right now, let's see. Jason, by the way, is now plus 19. He's at 14-19 for 7. And Dale moved down to minus 3. Minus 1, oh, excuse me, plus 1. Plus 1 is John McIntyre. And Billy Ginch, where is he at? He moved up to a plus 11. And then we watched Human, excuse me. He made the biggest drop. So unofficially, Justin Fujimoto should still be your leader at plus 19, 14-19 for 7. Billy Ginch should be in second unofficially at 14-11. 13.97 sits Dale Coffey. Or excuse me, I beg your pardon. Plus 1. Forgot about John McIntyre. Plus 1. McIntyre should be in third. Fourth should be Dale Coffey at minus 3. And then at the moment, without knowing any other scores, minus 31 should sit Justin Hume. Have not received the official Game 7 tally from Jeff in the scores area as of yet. Justin's thrown a lot of good shots this back half of this block. Bench and coffee. Big opportunities to obviously add to their totals and be the first players plus. Of course, with 3 qualifying squads to go tomorrow. Billy will be first. He can get to 225. Nice finish for Justin Perez. No problem, Jacob. Good bowling today. Appreciate you.
Locker room attachment area. Bring one of those easily stay out of the way of the throw-in folks signing up.
Wow. I'm not sure if he could throw it better than that. I'm going to ask him after this. So 7 and 8 is complete. I'll take that one on off the screen for a minute. Oof. That's one you definitely put the mask over, yell what you need to yell, and move on, man. What a shot. McIntyre finishes with 193. Good block there for John. 236, 205, 176, 168, 224, 194, 198, 193. Inch misses the 7-pin, but he shoots 213. Back-to-back 213s for Jacob, or excuse me, for Billy, excuse me. Unofficially, 16-24 for Billy Ginch. Unofficially. Here is Dale Coffey. He was at -3 unofficially leading into this game. And he leaves a 4-pin. I think he is happy with that. All things considered. Jim Pratt shot 211. Did not get off to the best start. Look out, look out. 212 for Dale Coffey. Well, that'll get him to +9 unofficially. 1609. All right, let's take a look at the remainder of 9 and 10. And then if Annie is still watching, we'll turn that camera over to a little bit of 11 and 12. Annie, who you're trying to watch over on 11 and 12? Good Lord. How many times can you report and remove until YouTube? It used to be like an option where you can just put, oh, let's do that. Excuse me. Oh, that's not gonna work. That's not enough time. 300 seconds won't do it. All right, so Chad will finish things out. And what a grind. What a grind this event is. All right, that's the best angle I think we can get. There's a ceiling fan right in the distance that or the height that I had the camera at. Let's make that change. Although it's a little late, so looks like the last couple shots of the 10th frame. Looks like there must have been something that got slowed up, because now over on 1 and 2, it looks like game 8 is just underway. Wow. Steve Pumpkin is bowling on 1 and 2. I won't be able to get there. All right, that'll do it on 11 and 12. Let's see, the last bowling that we have going on, as I mentioned, is on 1 and 2. There's a little bit on 3, actually there's one shot left on 3 and 4. It's from Jason Fujimoto. He shoots 162. So, if you know anyone who is on 1 and 2, Steve Klumpkin, for example, Nathan Torres, who else is down there? Well, they are early in that game. If you happen to know someone, I will leave it there for a bit. I can't get you a score, certainly. For those of you who joined us early, I mentioned how the bar essentially is right next to the Bay of Lanes, and you get a good look at what I was referring to earlier. I'll be honest, 1 and 2 is tough to get to, and without scores, it'll be tough to follow as well. But I know Marshall wants to see it. Who else is finishing up game 8? 13 and 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So somehow the middle of the house, or excuse me, I should say the low end, but I would call it the middle because of where I've been positioned, ended up being the fastest. I didn't think that was going to be the case. Chad Newman, my man. It's been a minute. Hope all is well. Good work out there. If you are just joining us, we have completed bowling on our feature pairs, which was 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 and 10. And went over to 11 and 12 to get a little bit of coverage. Only a few shots were remaining there. And what I thought was lanes 1 and 2 about a game ago, being into game 8, was not. They were in game 7. So this is game 8 for this particular group on 1 and 2. And you get a bird's eye view. Well, not really, but the best view I can give. There is a pillar to my left and right where the camera is, essentially. So think camera position and think pillar right next to it. I can't really move any further than that. Nice spare. All right, if you're still watching lanes 1 and 2, now I'm just curious. Curious to know who may still be hanging out. Let's see if I can get you some updates. Nathan Torres, who is stepping up right now. He's got 42 in the third, working on a spare in the fourth. Or excuse me, a spare in the fourth. He's in the fifth frame. I believe Steve has gone. Hold on. Pretty sure Steve has gone strike, spare, strike 9 spare, strike 8 spare, strike. Speaking of Steve Clunky. James Delmore trying to finish strong here. He is working with a 4-7. So it is Reed Sykes who is down there as Clemson just double. Sykes just missed the bucket. He has 82 in the sixth. Again, if you're just joining us, this is game 8 of Squad 2 qualifying. And somewhere along the way, at some point, the bowlers who began on lanes 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 and 10 ended up being the last ones to finish. While we have a moment, You talk about some of the scores that will certainly be very important. After 7 games, Jason Fujimoto was in the lead, and he shot 162 in the final game. So he finished at minus 19. He made the flip-flop. He was plus 19, finished at minus 19 at 1581. I mentioned Billy Ginch. He shot back-to-back 213s to end his day. To get to plus 24. 1624 for Billy. John McIntyre shot 193. So he will finish at 1594 at minus 6. Dale Coffey. Man, what did he shoot? I thought I wrote that down. I did, 212. So Coffey 1609 to get to plus 9. Brandy Silva was at minus 28. And she was either in the 190s or 2-0s as Steve Klumpkin strikes in the 8th frame. Really nice showing here for Brandy. She started out as the early leader. They're opening with 236, 222. Klumpkin is 9th after 7 games at minus 91. He can max right now at 239. Steve could get to minus 52. And there'd be a maybe, just maybe, because this thing is, it's hard out here, man. It's hard out here in these streets and these Tenpins More Rio Rancho, New Mexico streets. Having not seen this event in up close in person until yesterday, but of course today when it officially began, the weekend tournament, and getting some history in regarding to what Mike has concocted in regards to the lane conditions. Mike Miller, that is. I'd imagine it's right up the alley of what he's done in the past, but man, this is my first introduction. Whew, I don't want Mike Miller putting together a pattern that I got to bowl on. I thought Nick Hoagland was bad. But I like the challenge, though. Yeah, this is a once a year event, and you know what to expect. You know this is a part of the event. Like the lane condition is part of the event. The creation that Mike comes up with, everyone looks forward to. It's part of the event. It's like the Hoosier Classic in collegiate bowling, where Nick Hoagland always provides a challenge. All the players know what to expect. Well, theoretically, but they know that they're going to get a challenge from Nick Hoagland. Same thing on tour. Specifically the PWBA tour, where Nick does a lot of patterns on that particular tour. this wouldn't be something obviously you would want to have to bowl on, you know, every other week. All right, Peggy's still here. Old Johnson's been here. Marie, 11 and 12 have been completed. They were done. They were done at about 6:30 Mountain Time. The last pair to complete bowling or competition today is right here on 1 and 2. This is Reed Sykes. Reed can get to 202. 9th frame shot here coming up for Reed. And that's a 10 pin there. Let's see where, well, first let me, Reed at -101. He was 10th on this squad coming into this game, right behind Steve. They crossed together today. So with that non-strike in the 9th for Klumpkin, Steve's new max score is 213. And that would get him to -78. Here he is, 10th frame, first shot. And a 2-4. Or maybe a, yeah, 2-4. I'm about to say, maybe that's a 4-7 from my angle. 2-4. Nathan Torres on the left there. Torres leaves a 3-9. Spare made for Steve. And now best he can do is 207. .206 for Steve Klumpkin. So -85. I think I was talking to Jim Tillery. Where did he finish this morning? To find all my old score sheets from A Squad. I'm pretty sure Jim Tillery finished around -80. Oh. Sorry about that. I clicked the button. And the final shot of Friday qualifying coming up next. Reed Sykes will have the honors. 159 for Reed Sykes, and that will officially do it.
All right, New Mexico Open Bowlers, that wraps up the B squad competition.
Now you see a full pan view of Tenpin Lanes and more.
We haven't got checked in for tonight's pro-am. Steve is doing that up at the front desk.
You see they are getting prepared for the
with some other shot. Trust us on this one. You want us to do that?
nice jokes being said at the counter about the weight. You definitely don't want to bowl on this if you're bowling on the Pro-Am. That is just not what you want. All right, folks, I want to thank Zach Wilkins, who joined me earlier today, and of course Steve Mackey for his always incredible insights. Try to get you a good camera shot of the previous champions of this wonderful event. And let me get Dwayne Mellinger in there. There he is, Dwayne Mellinger on your far right. So appreciate it. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in. I hope you got a chance, obviously, to learn a little bit, especially from Zach and Steve. Steve, the historian, obviously, of this event, and his knowledge base goes such a long way. Not only with this event, but his time in the industry, and, of course, being from Australia and the things he has seen internationally. Zach Wilkins, one of the very good young players on the PBA Tour, sharing his knowledge and learning a lot about his time growing up in his native Canada as well. So we will have you for squads 3, 4, and 5 tomorrow morning. We'll begin things at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time. 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time for Squad 3. Check out Bowl JBT. That is bowljbt.com. Should have your standings updated. And after games 4 and 8, of course, so expect that at some point once Jeff gets all of the scores in, of course, as well. Thanks to the entire staff here at Tenpins and More. Appreciate them. For Steve Mackey, Zach Wilkins, and everyone involved. Again, all of our great viewers today. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll see you in the morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, or I'm sorry, Mountain Time. This has been a presentation of the 17th New Mexico Open. Watch it live right here on Bowl Stream TV. Have a good night, folks.